Good morning. Do I get a good morning back? Actually, I need to say good afternoon because we also have some folks joining us from across the pond, I think, in Brussels. So, and then we've got some folks down in Mexico, but they're joining us an hour earlier. So just quick logistics before we get ourselves kicked off. Eileen, help me. I've got a bunch of helpers in the room, just so you all know. So we've got George Hawk and Adam are in the back. They're our live stream crew for today. So they're George is a senior at Temple and they did our live stream last year with Greg Crabtree. If you guys need some live stream or video or whatever, I would highly recommend. They are amazing. They are responsible young people. So welcome them. And then Eileen is actually running the live stream. So for those of you that are on the live stream, 3 things. If you're hearing audio but you're not seeing us, go ahead and hit refresh, because that's an issue that we ran into last time. Greg does have some handouts. For those of you in the room, they're on the table. For those of you that are joining us via live stream, they are on, there's an email that got sent out, but you can put in the chat on the live stream, hey, I need the handouts, and Eileen is handling that. And then if at any time during the presentation there's any audio or visual problem with the live stream, please put it in the chat and we can manage that. Again, Eileen is monitoring the chat for YouTube. This is being recorded, so just letting you know. And it will be sent out to folks so you can watch it again, watch it 3 times or 4 times, Greg, maybe. And do this exercise, do all the exercises with your team. So just letting you know. Eileen, how was that? Any other logistics? We're good? And Jill Hundelman is out playing air traffic control because we've got a couple late folks that are coming in. So as you see people wandering around. I think that's it on like logistical stuff. We will be taking a couple breaks as well. So anyway, so thank you very much for coming out. This is our first live event since last September, when we only actually had 20 folks in the room, and I think we had 100 on the live stream. So it is really, really, really wonderful that you all came out today. I wanted to welcome those that are on the live stream. I want to welcome all of you that are here in person with us. And as I said, we've got folks beaming in from around the world, so I want to welcome them as well. We are celebrating our silver anniversary as a business, 25 years. This year. It's been a few years. Over 2 decades of working with small and small mid-market companies. Yes, Virginia, it's been that long and I'm that seasoned, even though the gray hair is all mostly covered. And the last 2 years have been definitely the most challenging, but as Eileen pointed out to me, they've also been really, really rewarding and illuminating, and there's been a lot of silver linings that have been very beneficial, I think. So in our work with you over that time period, in addition to all of the normal business challenges of growing your top and bottom lines and determining the right priorities to focus on and executing against your plans, we've heard and supported you through your struggles to stay in the game last year as we all dealt with the ambiguity of the endlessly changing landscape, the business landscape, the healthcare landscape, government programs like PPP, and learning how to manage through crisis. And thanks to Judy Merbrother, who wasn't able to be here, but her team from the Hill at Whitemarsh is here today, causing trouble, who taught me about, it's not just about dealing with the cheese moving, it's even knowing that the cheese is moving, and then you have to get out of the maze to find the new cheese, as well as a few apples. The struggles that you've had as enlightened leaders to stay sane and to take care of yourselves and to take care of your families and your employees and your communities over the past year and a half, and the shifting market dynamics. And we've been through so many pivots, I've lost track. As we went into lockdown and then businesses had to close and reopen, and supporting crazy growth, because when you're stuck at home, what's better than an EBU jigsaw puzzle to keep you and your family engaged? I've been inspired, I've been encouraged, and thankful that you're all making it through, that we've been a part of your journey along the way, and that we've been able to provide you with a community of like-minded leaders to lean on and to learn from, and to not be alone during this time, helping you to keep your sanity as well as your perspective. A library of business resources and best practices, as well as amazing thought leaders, like the one joining us today, to accelerate your recovery and to build for the future, saving you time and energy. And our leadership development and team building systems grounded in Gallup's employee engagement work and the Strengths Finder, as well as Patrick Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team, to help you to grow strong cultures that don't just attract people, but actually help them to learn and grow and develop themselves. We've also doubled down this year. We did 12 virtual webinars last year between Greg Crabtree and Randy Nelson and Deb Gabor and Karen Kopp and Dr. Archie and Darius, trying to give folks the proven tools and frameworks so that they didn't have to reinvent the wheel. And of course, our growth curriculum, which is available on a YouTube channel if you want to check it out. It's also available on the website with a foundation in Vern Harnish's Scaling Up operating system, as well as a little bit of Jim Collins thrown in to help you not just to plan and create a robust strategy, but also to execute against your plans. As we learned from Jeff Hoffman 2 years ago in this room, right about the same time, ideas are always welcome, but execution is worshipped. So thank you for being here, for your support, your encouragement, for being enlightened leaders. Thanks to my CBO think tank alum and wing women, Jill Hellman and Eileen Wainwright. Veronica Cram has joined us from the Deep South, coming up from Alabama as well. Just an amazing group. I could not have done it without all of them. So thanks, guys, very, very much. So without further ado, Mr. Lederman. So we met Greg a few years ago when we were still doing in-person conferences. I think we were debating it. It was Atlanta, I think we ended up saying, right? When he presented to the Scaling Up coaches. And Jill and Eileen and I were just in awe. We were amazed by his knowledge and his enthusiasm, but more importantly, by his practicality and his actionable toolkit to engage and develop and recognize people. There is a wonderful Jim Collins quote, thanks to Eileen, who got me rereading. What was it, the Entrepreneurs 2.0. Entrepreneurs 2.0, right, beyond entrepreneurship. Great vision without great people is irrelevant. I'm gonna say that one again, because it's the first two, right? Davey's nodding his head. Great vision without great people is irrelevant. And it is our job as leaders to develop and nurture and grow those folks, because they're not just gonna like come out of the ocean fully formed. Last I looked. So this is the big aha, folks. And if we don't have the right people in the right seats doing the right things, as Collins would say, none of what we are teaching you is gonna work. It's just not gonna work. And because we do want you to have the right tools and to be able to figure stuff out with a little bit of help, we've got Greg. Greg is a New York Times, USA Today, and Wall Street Journal best-selling author of 3 award-winning books. His newest book, A Great Life Now, will publish sometime. We found out. As an entrepreneur, he has built and sold several companies while also serving for the past 2 decades as an adjunct professor at the University of Rochester, the Simon School of Business, where he guides executive MBAs on the pathway to achieving brand integrity both personally and with their organizations. As a coach, a speaker, and a consultant, Greg has worked with hundreds of organizations to create best places to work, leading to better customer experiences and more profitable growth. The results speak for themselves. Over the past 20 years, nearly 70% of Greg's clients have been noted on best places to work, either in their region or their industry or the Fortune 100's best companies to work for. They average 3 times employee engagement level of their competition. And today you're going to learn their secrets. You'll find out how these organizations define their core values and bring them to life through a workforce that is motivated and committed to living the brand every day. He lives in Rochester. He's happily married to Karen. He has 3 wonderful daughters that are all into lacrosse, as well as 2 puppies, 2 dogs. Please join me in welcoming Gregg Lederman.
Great vision without great people is irrelevant. I have a feeling that might come up again today, because I wrote it down. How are y'all doing today? Cheryl, Beth, and Eileen and Veronica, thank you for dinner last night. We had a really nice time having dinner, joking around about the fact that Cheryl, Beth, and I met. It was May of 2019. And I remember sitting down, we were having coffee, she's telling me about the CEO think tank, and I was super impressed with just the type of work you guys do and together, and that you get this group of folks that are so thoughtful and planning their futures. And she's like, well, you know what, I'm going to send them your video, and if they like you, maybe we'll bring you in to speak. And then we had coffee. This was, I did 2 speeches there, so this was in between the 2. And then the phone rings. I say the phone rings like it was the phone, but it was probably an email first, right? Email chimes in and says, hey, I sent your video and they liked it. So let's have a call. So we scheduled a call, and Cheryl Beth says, I want to book you to come speak to my group in September. And I'm like, oh, September, it's like, let's call that speaking season in my business. I go, that's like 90 days away. She's like, no, September 2020. Nothing like a woman who plans, right? I'm like, that's 15 months away. So anyway, we planned it all out. And we were joking about that last night, and then a silly thought popped into my head, which sometimes happens. You may see that a few times today. And at dinner, I said to the ladies, I said, what if Cheryl, Beth, and I fell asleep after that booking and woke up like 12 to 15 months later? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Because the time went by like that, but the world has changed so much, has it not? Like, let's just think about this for a minute. Like, you fall asleep in June of 2019 and you wake up a year later and you turn on the news. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what would be going through your head? Or say you dare to venture out after watching an hour of news and you go to the mall. Yeah. And there's like empty storefronts and everyone's wearing masks. Do you remember a few years ago when you'd be walking through the mall and someone would have a mask on and you'd go, what the hell's wrong with that person? Is there something? Oh, they must be sick. They must be sick. Now it's the opposite. We just don't want to get sick. So no, I was thinking about this more as I laid down last night here at this wonderful hotel. You ever stayed here? This place is fantastic. And I'm thinking about it even more. I'm like, the empty storefronts popped into my head, the mask, social distancing. By the way, none of this has anything to do with my talk today. And I'm not just like buying time, like I got a lot of good stuff to cut, but I just think this is interesting, and we thought about it last night. But social distancing, signs everywhere, markers where you have to stand. Social distancing, folks, was not a term any of you knew in June of 2019. It was not a thing. It's social media, but social distancing. Just keep your distance. A lot's changed. A lot has changed. Carson Wentz. Eagles fans here? I need to know who the Eagles fans are, please. He's a Colt! A wounded Colt, so not everything has changed, right? My Dallas Cowboys. Do I dare say that in this room? I'm keeping it real. I'm not going to bullshit anyone here today. The Dallas Cowboys are great again. So they're saying there's a chance. Okay. What else has changed? Melinda Gates left Bill Gates. No prenup. What? He's the richest man in the world. There's no prenup? What else? What else has changed? Space. We went to space. We got business people like you going to space. What'd you say? Virtual working. Yeah. I woke up a year later and I wanted to go to my speech and they said, no, just log in. We're going to do it on Zoom. Can you imagine my reaction if I had just woke up in June of 2020 and said, you're going to do this on Zoom? And what would I say? What is Zoom? What is that? Like GoToMeeting? Anyone still using GoToMeeting? Is that even a thing? We joked about that too. Citrix, poor Citrix. They got caught off by the pandemic. Everybody was going to want to use your product, and guess what happened to it? It broke. Like it barely works. Anyone try to use WebEx? It's terrible. All right, let's get to our speech. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Did I say that right? Anyone speak French? Did I say that right? The more things change, the more they really do stay the same. I don't want to, overly impress you. I'm a huge Rush fan. Any Rush fans in the audience? Right? Remember the song Circumstances? Neil Peart, the greatest lyricist, may he rest in peace of all time, said, the more things change, the more they really do stay the same. And that's somewhat of a theme of our time here this morning, because the more things that do change, the more they do stay the same. Now, there are 3 things that will most impact your growth before the pandemic and now. 3 things, and guess what? 2 of them completely out of your control. 2 of them completely out of your control. First, the economy. Might be strong, might be weak, might be flat, doesn't matter. It's going to impact. It's going to impact your business, is it not? The economy. You can't control it, so why worry about it? Number 2, the competition. You can't control the competition. They're going to come in or they're not. They're going to have different types of marketing that creates noise and clouds the marketplace. They might have some predatory pricing tactics, who knows? But the competition, the amount of it, is going to impact your growth of your business, is it not? You can't control it. Now there's one thing that you have complete control over that is really the essence of what we're going to spend our morning on. And that is your ability as leaders to create the environment where employees of anyone who gets a paycheck from the company, your ability to create the environment where employees are inspired, they're empowered, and they're motivated to live your brand every day. To live it. To live it every single day. All right, now what do I mean by it? What's your it? Do employees receive it? Do they give it? Do customers get it? Are you living it as much as you could and should? Those are some questions that we'll get to the bottom of during our time here today. Now, everything we cover is going to be in the spirit of making an even better place to work. Show of hands. Anyone here already have the best possible place to work? You can't get any better? So, a few hands. Show of hands, how many of you the last 18 months has been your first global pandemic? How many of you are not going to raise your hand no matter what I ask? Just trying to figure out. Eagle fans, Giant fans. How many Giant fans? Eagle fans. Cowboy fans. Not a one. I love it. I was driving here yesterday, and my oldest daughter, who's a senior at Pitt, somehow, I don't know, I'm a very lucky guy, but my 3 daughters love football, and they love the Cowboys. And my daughter calls, and I said, hey, what's up? She says, hey, where you going? I'm going to Philly. I got a speech. She goes, ooh, Philly. There's going to be a lot of Eagle fans there today. That might make you uncomfortable. All right, where was I? All right, so most of you are going to raise your hands. All right, so look, I brought my A game today. I'm going to give you the best I got, all right? But I'm going to need 4 things from you. I'm going to need 4 things from you. 1, you got to engage with me. And we already got off to a good start, if you will. I mean, I'm going to ask you questions. I need you to respond with a hand raise. I'm going to tell you to write stuff down. Does everyone have a pen? If not, the Inn of Villanova has put pens in the center there. I'm going to ask you to write stuff down. It's because they're big ideas. It's like, hey, look, I'm up here for a couple hours with you, right? And there's only going to be a few things you're really going to remember. Like, you're going to totally take it home. I'm going to tell you to write those things, and maybe there'll be a few bonus things after that. How's that? Okay, so engage with me. Have an open mind. I'm going to share some opinions. Sometimes I'm going to write, this is my opinion, and I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to share opinions. I'm going to share some facts. And some of you have your way of thinking about stuff. So I just want you to keep an open mind and to what the possibilities might be and what the opportunities might be for your organization. 3, have fun. Right? The research tells us that kids learn a lot faster than we do. Did you know that? They learn way faster than we do. Do you know why? I just gave you a hint. Because they're having fun. They're having fun. And then 4th, but you don't have to commit to this yet, but soon. Once you see the value of what you're going to learn here today, once you see the value of it, then you take action. You take action, because at the end of the day, your success is based on taking action, right? What did you say about, what did Cheryl say about execution? What was that quote about execution? Oh, I'm putting you on the spot. I'm so sorry.
Execution is worship.
Nothing matters but execution, right? You have to do something with this. Your success, frankly, my success here today, is completely dependent on you doing something different. And I'm going to give you a couple of big ideas of things to do different. Some of it you might go, oh, we do that. Some of you, most of you are going to go, we kind of do that. And then some of you are going to be honest and go, we don't do that at our office, in our business. But we should. We should. Okay, this concept of brand integrity I'm going to introduce you to. It's a management philosophy. Okay, it's a management philosophy. You want the goal, the mission, the battle cry, if you will, is let's achieve brand integrity. So what does that mean? It means just be who you say you are. Just be who you say you are. Then you have brand integrity. When you achieve brand integrity, when you are who and what you say you are, and you gotta be hitting your business objectives. Right? You can't just say we're the world-class service, but we make no money. No. It's a balancing act, right? 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 You may want to jot that down. Brand integrity. You want to achieve it. If you haven't already, and we're going to get to the bottom of that, but you achieve brand integrity when you are who you say you are. Right? Are you living your it? What is your it? It's who you say you are. You might have your core values, your brand promises, your credos, your purpose. Have I missed any? Your pillars of success, your mission. Come on, what are the different things we do in business that we jot down at our leadership retreats that define who we are, how we do things, why it matters, where we're going? That all makes up your it. When you're achieving it and you're hitting those business objectives, you are achieving the ultimate. You are who you say you are. Now, what's the goal of your company? Hint, you all have the same goal. Make money. No, thank you. Who else? Who's next?
Satisfied customers.
Getting close. Satisfied customers. Engage employees, kinda. Success, kinda. Kinda is what I'll use throughout the morning. When you kinda got it, but not really. Right? Remember Peter Drucker? He had the quote in 82. I think it was 1982. He said, "The purpose of a company is to
Solve a problem.
Get and keep a customer." That was his quote. I don't like that quote. I think it could be improved. Okay, I used it for about 10 years or so out in the speaking circuit with our clients, but I came with something better. It's to get and keep profitable customers. Get and keep profitable customers. If you do that, you make money, right? The end result, how we measure our success. Are we making money? But at the end of the day, yeah, we're here to talk about people strategy stuff. At the end of the day, you gotta get and keep profitable customers. Unless you're running just a philanthropic kind of nonprofit situation.
You got
Okay, I'm speaking to you too, but you need money to do everything you want to do, so we just have to put it in context. What's your name? Quincy? Quincy's going to be in my ear the whole time. All right, so can we all agree to reach the ultimate goal of let's get and keep more profitable customers? Can we all agree you got to make a better place? You got to make an even better place to work. Now, a couple of you jokingly said, no, we're already, like 3 or 4 of you like, yeah, we're already the best, whatever. You might be the best in your industry, but you can get even better, right? And can we all agree that in order to get and keep more profitable customers, we have to perform an even better customer experience. We got to get more people performing it. More people performing it. Let's think about what that actually looks like. I'm going to take you on what I call the journey of love. Is it too early? You don't trust me enough yet? I'll take a step back. I want you to all close your eyes and take a deep breath. I'm going to take you on the journey of love. I see you in the back with your eye open. He's like, do I really have to do this? Yeah, it's going to be worth it, I promise. Big deep breath. You're right in the front row. I see your eyes. Please, stay with me here. All right, I want you to think about a company that you love to do business with. Because of the way their people interact with you. I want you to think about a company where the employees just seem to know what it is. They know what the brand is, the values, whatever. They know who they are, and they're doing it for customers. You're one of those customers. Right? You love this company, and you're loyal to them. Employees seem loyal to them. It's the same people you see, or the same type of people, demonstrating the way they think, speak, and act in a consistent way. You love this company so much that you give them the ultimate gift. You refer them to others. It's a safe bet. You like doing people a favor when you tell them you should do business with this organization. It could be a medical practice, a mechanic, it could be an airline, it could be any business in this world. But they've created love. You love them. You literally love doing business with them. Their managers, right? Supervisors, managers, leaders, clearly are leading an experience. They've communicated the expectation really well, and they've created consistency in that experience. You've got that company in mind, open your eyes. And if you're willing to share, which I hope a few of you will, if you're willing to share, tell me, what is the company, but what is it they do? Why? Why do you love to do business with them? Yes, sir.
Ritz-Carlton.
Ritz-Carlton. What is it about the Ritz?
Everybody needs the power to do whatever it takes to make the guests happy.
All right.
Maybe it's not.
They go the extra. Do you ever have a bad experience when you go, or is it fairly?
I think maybe there's once where it was bad experience, but you use it as an opportunity, but then they
Sure.
realize it.
All right, others.
There's one over here.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar to what you talked about, the Hilton chains. They're really loyal to their customers. Every time I come, it's a good experience. They remember who I am. They know what I like. It's just an overall good experience. If I have a complaint, they're able to kind of alleviate it. So
And what company is that?
the Hilton chains, yeah, all the hotels.
Great.
So do
Right, I mean, think
we have
about
it on the
that.
live
Let's
stream?
think about the hotels, because we've all been to them.
Yeah.
Is it just magic that they're able to do this, or do they have a clear definition on who we are and how we do things? With, by the way, what we're going to come to in a little bit, non-negotiable behaviors. Let me give you an example. I was pulled up at a Ritz-Carlton. I was there for a speaking gig, and I brought my wife Karen, which I like to do every now and then. This was 2007. I just written my first book that no one read. And we get out of the car at the Ritz, and we get and again, maybe I go on a trip like this with my wife like once every couple of years. And we get out, and the guy both gets the baggage out, and the guy from the Ritz-Carlton says, "Hello, welcome, Mr. Lederman. We're glad to have you." And my Karen goes, well, "How does he know your name?" And I go, "He probably read my book." I was just messing around, like not that many times. And he looks at me and goes, "I read your bag tag." But my point being, that's part of the system. That's a non-negotiable behavior at the Ritz, is it to use the guest's name. Refer to them as guests. If you don't know their name, try to find out what their name is. If you got to read a bag tag, ask somebody else, whatever, you want to know everybody's name.
And it's even beyond that, once they do know the name, they make sure that everybody else within the team knows that person's name as well.
Absolutely, they pass it around. Now look, who's in the hotel business? Who's in retail? right? You're not even in retail. People are usually surprised to know less than 10% of my clients over the last 20 years are in retail or hotels. Like that same principle applies in any business. As long as you have employees and customers, then you're going to find these examples we're going to talk about will be applicable. Yes, we have another one.
Yep, just from the virtual world. Brent Jones said, Amazon, for their consistency, they do what they say they'll do on an ongoing basis and they get right if it's wrong.
Yeah, Amazon, pretty incredible. I've done this little experiment about 1,000 times, going back probably almost 20 years. And people used to say Amazon because the product you ordered it and it just arrived, but you could never get anyone on customer service. So I used to say, look, that's why I said because of the experience you have with your people, I put this disclaimer in because of Amazon. Then about 10 years ago, 10 years ago, Amazon bought Zappos, remember that? Holy crap. Amazon, the best distribution company in the world, just bought the best customer service company. So then I realized that I don't need this as much because now Amazon has this amazing service. If you just go chat with them. Has anyone done this? You have a problem with an order, you chat with the people on Amazon? It's incredible the way that they treat you. And I don't want to say it's overly scripted. There's some personality in it too. It's just incredible how they've created that love. What other examples? Do we have any others from the virtual world?
Not yet.
Okay. Yes, what do you have?
Nordstrom.
Nordstrom's.
Nordstrom.
And what is it you love about Nordstrom's?
Fantastic service, customer service. They make you feel special when you walk in.
Are they the ones where the person wanted to return their tires and they took them or something like that? They tell that.
I don't think so.
No.
And
But what's interesting is
loyalty members. So once you have a membership too, you're a loyalty member. You get discounts. You get.
So we're talking about pretty high-end places here. Anyone thinking of like a high-end Lexus dealer or BMW or something? Like we're thinking about not Amazon necessarily, but the first few, interestingly, come out, they're like luxury brands. What about everyday companies? Yes. Chick-fil-A. Who said Chick-fil-A? Oh my, Chick-fil-A. Is that unbelievable? Is it incredible? They sell chicken! I got a call like 10 years ago from Popeyes, right? And they said, we want to do a study on what's going on with our brand reputation. And I said, well, what's the problem? They're like, we win every taste test against Chick-fil-A. And they kick our ass every single market we're in where we compete together. Why? What are they doing different? It's a mindset. Yes, my pleasure. It's a mindset with a set of behaviors behind their it. Look, what I'm sharing with you today is not rocket science. It's not rocket science, but I'm here going to tell you, we'll get into it a little further. Most companies don't do it very well. Most companies don't do it very, very well. We'll take another example.
QVC.
QVC, what do you love about QVC?
Well, just like Amazon, if you have a problem, you can call, you can actually talk to a human being. We'll answer the phone and they'll satisfy your needs.
There you go. What other companies, again, not a luxury brand. What do we got? You got a dentist you love?
Mark and then Marlo.
USAA, another great example. They just crush it over and over and over again. Who else?
DeVico's Auto down in Wayne.
Yep. What's it
I'm
called?
plugging it. DeVico's Auto Repair.
D'Amico's Auto, right? Any business can achieve brand integrity and create this customer love if they're willing to get their people on stage performing an experience and define what that experience is. Now, Shakespeare famously said, all the world's a stage, all the men and women are merely players. What he meant was, you as leaders and every employee in your organization is on stage, responsible for performing an experience. But here's the interesting thing. If we have really low engagement of employees, or we have somewhat of a crappy experience, or we can't find enough people, whose fault is that? A little louder.
Leadership.
Thank you. It's your fault. It's your fault. You have the culture you deserve. As leaders, collectively, I'm not pointing the finger at any specific one of you, like I know something that you wished others didn't know. But you have the culture that you deserve. Now, true or false? Employees are your greatest asset. True or false? Yell it out. True. We'll try it one more time. True or false? Employees are your greatest asset. True. Okay, let me me try this another way. This workbook that nobody read and nobody bought was called The 10 Truths to Enhance Employee Performance and Increase Company Profits. Truth number 7 was employees are not your greatest asset. Let me try it one more time. True or false? Employees are not your greatest asset. True. It's hard. It's hard to say it. It's hard to say it. It's hard. It's difficult. We can't fathom saying, because we can't fathom saying employees are not our greatest asset, because we've been so conditioned to just blanketly say our employees are our greatest asset. Quincy, we're not there yet. We're not there, but I see where you're going. Quincy says, no, it's the customer. No, we're not, no. But you can't just say employees. You just know. You just said engaged. Did you just say it? What should I say? Katrina nailed it. She knew. Look, folks, engaged employees work over 50% harder. They're 9 times less likely to leave your organization. And take the knowledge and experience with them that helps you to create that customer love, because you perform an even better customer experience. Those people that create a better place to work. The engaged employees are your greatest asset. And most companies don't have enough of them. So I'm going to take you back to 2002. I was hired to do my first ever speaking engagement. I'm in San Diego, California. A room very similar to this, but the audience was slightly different. All bankers in suits. And I am really excited to get up there and talk about some alarming discoveries in a new research category called employee engagement. Right? That was not a term in 2002, just like social distancing wasn't a term 2 years ago. Employee engagement was not a term, and I lived in my own little world. People were still talking about employee satisfaction. How satisfied are employees? And then everyone came out with books and things that said satisfaction doesn't matter. We need to make sure they're engaged. I got up there, though, all confident. I stood up there, and I'm going to share with you my opening slides and what I said to this group of bankers. I said, we are in the midst of an employee engagement crisis. And it was silence. And I proceeded, this is my next slide. 2/3 of the American workforce is either not engaged or actively disengaged. Again, this is 2002. Silence. They just looked at me like I had 3 heads. And I'm thinking, they don't know what engagement is. They probably think I'm talking about they're not getting married or something. I wish you could have seen the sweat. I think it was pouring down my face. I have to think on my feet now. Like, oh my gosh, I have to totally think on my feet. These guys are just staring at me. This isn't actually them. I bought some art, or a photograph that I remember them. But they're just staring at me. And I said, but I came up with an idea. And I don't know where it came from. You know, it's just like when they say, what did we say last night? If you have to lift that car, you can physically do it if you're in a jam. Well, this brilliant idea came to me as I'm standing there. I said, it's kind of like an energy crisis. And I said it really loud, like if I yelled it, it would like stick in better. I said, except it's not the kind of energy that you're thinking of. It's human energy. So you're all paying salaries and wages to people, and if 2/3 of them are not truly engaged or actively disengaged, then they're not giving you the energy. They're not giving you the energy you're buying. It's like you open up a window on a cold wintry day and just throw money out. At this point, I felt like I was capturing their attention. They could understand, this room full of bankers, what it meant to just toss money away. Here I am 20 years later, and I'm still using the same slide. Why? No, why? Why? It's not a rhetorical question. So it's still true. It's moved a few 3 to 5 percentage points. And the only difference is so much more research to prove it. over and over and over again that we struggle to get people to be engaged. Now, what does engaged mean? Let's write this down. For the rest of our time, we got to all think about engaged in the same way. The word's been around for over 20 years. What does it actually mean? Well, in 2013, my second book called Engaged, based on this definition, is based on more than 50 different culture surveys, people surveys. I mean, we studied a lot of them, but we really dove into about 50 of them and said, let's find out where there's some commonality. Where are they more alike than unlike? And what we discovered was so simple. When you think about all the people surveys you've done, all the questions that you ask of employees that you want to find out information about, you answer those questions as well. All of them that are worth their salt, right? All of them are trying to measure a level of motivation and a level of commitment to the organization. Those are the two main factors that culture surveys are trying to get at. How motivated are people and how committed are they? So, write this down for our definition of engaged. Simple. An employee is engaged if they are both motivated and committed to act in the best interest of your organization. Motivated and committed. And I share that with you because many of you do culture surveys and employee surveys, and you have a partner or vendor, someone that does that with you, and everybody kind of just does their own thing. And I actually see companies, big research houses that publish, here's the state of engagement in America, and then when they go into a company, they completely change the metrics, as if they're going to just do it to better suit their situation here. Like, now, motivation and commitment. If you're motivated and you're committed, you are engaged. So we're going to do a couple of exercises during our time today. Let's embark on our first one here. You all got a package of handouts. The first one says impact of engaged. Just going to get you thinking about your particular organization here and what does engagement look like.
Science this.
Does everybody have a copy of this?
We got enough? We got enough to vote.
Anyone does not? Raise your hand if you don't. It's a very long one. It's interesting how that All right, simple exercise. Now look, when we're doing these exercises, I'm going to have you think independently. Then I'm going to have you share as a group. Do me a favor, as much as you're tempted to talk to your colleagues, some of you that came with other people from your company, don't, because we can all hear you and it's just distracting, okay? So just, especially you guys over here, I know you guys want to have a whole lot of fun over here, but don't, I'll give you the go-ahead, okay? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to think about your most engaged employee. Get that person in your head. They're motivated, they're committed. What is it they do? They check the bag tag to make sure they know the person's name. They share that name with others to make sure everybody knows the customer's name so we can give a great experience. Like, be specific. What do they do? And then what's the impact of his or her behavior? So I want you to really think about it. If it's a project manager that just takes care of all the details and is amazing at following up, then write that out. The behavior, the action you're thinking of is important. It's not easy to write sometimes. I promise you that's going to be part of our secret to your success here, being able to write the behavior. So what is it they do, and what is the impact of his or her behavior? Come up with at least one action and one impact. How does it make the customer's life better, the workplace better? How does it make you more profitable? Be as specific as you can. Does it lead to more referrals? Write that down. Then, in B, I want you to think about your least engaged employee, and what does that unengaged employee do? Now, if you're here with a group of people from your company, and that least engaged happens to be sitting at your table, don't write their name. Okay, don't. That's not going to go well. What does the unengaged employee do? Do they spread rumors and throughout the organization? Do they give bad feedback or no feedback at all? Like, whatever it is, what does that engaged employee do? It doesn't have to be a leader, it could be anybody. Do they show up late? Do they call in sick a lot? Whatever it is, write it down. And then also, what's the impact of his or her behavior on your business, your customers, your culture, your people? What does it result in? I'm going to give you like 3 minutes, come up with at least one idea in each category. guys. So what we're going to do is share a couple examples amongst your group mates. How many of you are several people from one company? If you're from one company, raise your hand. Right over here, here. And then so most of the room has a couple people. All right, so take a moment and share with your table. Everybody share one idea. Be very specific. Don't tell a story, because I'm giving you like 2 minutes. And I need everybody to go say, this is the behavior, here's the impact. Do not tell a story about when it happened, okay? Or didn't happen. And I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to just quickly share, like 3 or 4 minutes, have everybody share at least one example, okay?
I bet the adopted son goes first. This is the general field.
take a couple of examples. Who wants to share with us? Who can tell us the name of your business, what you do, what is an engaged? Hey, come back to me, guys. Come back. So tell us the name of your business, but also share with us one example of an engaged employee and what the benefit is to the organization. Who wants to go first? And then we'll give you a chance to do the not engaged next.
Can I wait for the mic?
USA Kitchens wrote down, so consistently helps our core clients close sales. So we supply cabinetry to remodelers and builders. And
How do they do that?
by impressing their clients, the homeowners, and giving them what they want.
Okay, so how do they do that?
Oh, super pleasant, helpful, very highly skilled.
How do they get highly skilled?
It was a lot of years of experience.
Okay, so they showed up at work.
Oh yeah.
But they took they acted on opportunities to learn and grow. Right?
Yeah.
They learned new things.
Sure, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they didn't just magically help your clients. There's specific actions you need them to take that engaged employees do. Right? Do anyone have anyone in their organization they don't want to learn new things? And then guess what happens? The world changes around us. And now what's happening to that person that was such a great teammate 10 years ago? They're less great. My point in asking the how, remember you know how they do that with the kids, like the five whys, like keep asking why, you'll get to the answer? It's the same thing with trying to understand how people should be acting or shouldn't be acting in companies. How? How do they do it? Who's got another example of engaged?
So I said they think about and try to mimic what leadership would do in different situations.
Okay, great. And what's the benefit of that?
It definitely inspires engagement from that person's direct reports too, so it cascades down.
Sure, it translates right through. Right, and for you, I didn't get to the impact for yours. What was the impact? More customers buy more often, kind of thing?
Exactly. We're going to keep profitable clients.
Yeah, there you go. We got an example in the back.
Hi, Michael Reiner. Our most engaged employees share customer feedback with us. And what I mean by that is it allows us to be proactive instead of reactive.
Terrific. Right, so they share the feedback from customers. Now, even before that, they got to get the feedback. Right? Are we just reactive and we wait till they give us feedback, or do we ask customers, how was your experience? Right? If we're proactively asking customers, we're going to get a lot more feedback, whether we like it or not. Sometimes we're afraid to ask.
A couple of virtual.
Okay, great.
Here, Greg. Sarah Luther from Ashley Home Store. Always, hang on a second, sorry about that. I'm looking at her B part here. Most engaged reaches their sales goals, so similar to what we just heard, but also motivates other team members to reach theirs through sharing tips. Impacts employees by having a mentor or a go-to for support. And then from Brent, Kate from your group, Prelude, he says, always complete what they say they will do. Impact is all people that he touches, believes him, and respects him.
So again, I'm going to keep, you see, like, there's a recurring thing here. Always impacts people who he touches, okay? Let's not look too much into that. Let's just run with the general idea there. What does he do? What does he do? He smiles and says hello. He remembers their names. There's a level of behavior that we're afraid to get to, it seems like, in most companies. However, a little secret, the companies you love to do business with, they get there. They get there. More to come on this in just a moment. Let's switch gears and do the not engaged. But note, on the engaged, you all were a little challenged with getting to how do we actually do it? I mean, one of those was actually like, they get us new customers. Okay, but how? They put a gun to their head and make them become a customer? They got us a new customer. How do they actually do it? How? What's not engaged look like? This one's a little easier usually to be very specific on what they do. You were talking about something over here someone does that sucks the energy out of the room. What do they do?
Picks at every mistake.
Picks at every mistake. Look how specific that was. And what's the cost of that? They suck the energy out of the room. I heard you say that. What does that do to your culture?
Can't replace it.
Deflates it. How does that impact people wanting to work with this individual?
Yeah, they avoid them.
They avoid them. When they avoid them, who ends up picking the slack up?
The engaged people.
The engaged people. And then who ends up leaving the company over time? And then who's the most expensive to replace? Holy shit, the light bulbs are going off here. Very difficult for all of us to figure out what engaged actually looks like. On the surface, we read articles and books, listen to speakers. It sounds like, oh yeah, engaged, they're motivated, they're committed. We got to get to how. Because it's really easy to find out what not engaged looks like. Who else wants to tell us what not engaged looks like? Yes?
Well, I think that is actually an engaged employee that is just negative. But
What'd you have for not engaged?
yeah, not engaged is a guy who's in the bathroom for a really long time.
Avoiding doing the work, right? Like they don't put in the effort. They wait to be told what to do versus being proactive in taking on the next tactic. Like everybody's nodding their heads because we all have these people. Engaged, proactively looks for opportunities to chip in and help out. Not engaged, waits to be told what to do. What else does not engaged look like?
Eileen?
Go ahead.
Emails. You can really get to know a person really well, and then their emails start to change, and that behavior, you read that email, you know immediately like something's going on there.
Style and tone of the email, how they work, how they're wording things, sure. Look, can we all agree lack of engagement is expensive? If you really think about the cost, the workaround, so other people picking up the slack. It's amazing how much we're talking about we can't find employees, which I know, look, the world has changed. I get it. Y'all, we have supply chain issues, we have people chain issues. I mean, I got a house that has to have a room painted. I called my painter, my guy. He can't find people.
Wait, he called you back, so you know?
Yeah, he called me back because he's my guy. But he can't find people. He can't get paint. Sammy, why is it 6 weeks? I can't get paint. Right, I get it. I'm not ignorant to that. I'm fully aware of the people shortage. All the more reason we can't have the not engaged who turn off the engaged, who's usually a minority in most businesses, regardless of what we like to believe. We can't lose these people. They're gold. We need to create more of them. You can do this. How many of you have kids? Hey, you've made people. You create humans. Right? You can help create more engaged people. Like, think about that. You're people-making machines. You can do this. When we get the right mindset on it, I mean, lack of engaged is really freaking expensive. Right? And everybody wants more engaged. It's why it's become such a buzzword since I educated those bankers on it so long ago. Motivated and committed to do what's best for the organization. Yes, Brian?
Since you mentioned the labor shortage, I've seen a lot of clients unwilling to coach, mentor, hold employees accountable because their fear is that they will not be able to find somebody else to do the work. Are you seeing the same thing?
I've seen that for decades, and I see it more now than ever. Absolutely. But let's switch. We're going to switch gears here for just a moment. But stay with our definition of engaged, right? It's motivated and committed. But I'm going to take a little bit of weight off your shoulders here, okay? It's not your job to motivate others. Right? You're all leaders, right? Everyone here's a leader of projects or people or systems or something, right? So you've been blessed with this opportunity to lead others. Lead, not motivate. It's not your job to motivate others, right? There's a big fallacy here that we tend to think that the great big fallacy is we think we can motivate others. And how many of you have said it? I can't seem to motivate Johnny. Susan just can't seem to motivate. Just can't seem to motivate her. We've paid her more. We gave her perks. We gave him new benefits. We enhanced the benefits. We increased his salary, and then the benefit of that for the company, the increase in motivation and commitment lasted for how long? How many hours? Okay, days. Maybe weeks. Maybe. You've done it, right? We've all been there. Right? Nod yes. No, say yes. We've been there, it doesn't work. So then what's your job? What's your job as a leader? Okay, get your pens out. I'm going to have you write some things down. This is the most important thing I will share with you today. And I've already hinted at it. But no one grabbed their pens and was like, oh my gosh, that first moment was so enlightening, I have to write this down. But I told you, 3 things will most impact your growth. Actually, it's 4 now. And now 2 are in control and 2 are not. In your control, or out of your control, is the economy and the competition. In your control, Cheryl Beth gave it to you, is keep your sanity. Right? You got to keep your sanity. I heard that one at the opening. But remember what I said. Your ability to create the environment for more engagement. That's your job. That's your job. You can't motivate people. Why? Why? Because motivation, folks, it's intrinsic. It's inside of us. Motivation, that little extra desire to do, to give, to focus, it's intrinsic. They call it intrinsic motivation for a reason. It's inside of us. So every one of us humans, and every human that works in your business, you decide at any given day, at any given moment, how much of that motivation you're going to tap into and give to the team, to the company, to the customers. You decide that. So your job as leaders is to create the environment. That's your job. Now you can sit back and go, I got a lot of other jobs going on here. And I will tell you that in almost every case, it's harder to do, it takes longer, more time, way more time in most cases, and it's way more expensive. If you don't get you and all your leaders on board with your job, create the environment. So now we're going to spend the rest of our time together between now and when are we done? 5? No, definitely not. I got to drive back to Rochester. Look, we're going to spend the rest of our time on how. 20 years I've been spending on this, working with companies. And there's 3 strategies for how they create the environment for more engagement. We're going to spend the remainder of our time here. First, number 1, you have to operationally define the values. Now, think about this, folks. When I say operationally define, you can't just say, take care of customers. Right? We do, though. We take care of the customer. You got to get to how do we actually take care of the customers, right? You got to get to how you actually do it. But it starts with who are we? And then how do we do it? Who are we? Right? Like, you think about your business, how do you define who we are as an organization? Remember I said earlier, the it. Living it. Now, I very rarely meet companies these days, once in a while, that don't have an it. Do you have core values? I ask them, do you have core values? Okay, let's do a little, okay, I need, everyone here is willing to raise their hand, correct? No one has broken shoulders? All right, so I want a show of hands, and then you're gonna keep your hand up. Don't just put it up and put it down, because that's not how this game works. How many of you have defined core values, or something that defines who we are as a company, who we are, the mission, the hands up, hi, hands up. I think we've got everybody. Okay, keep them up. Now keep your hands up if you have defined operationally the non-negotiable behaviors for how we do each value. The handful of behaviors on how we do it. Keep your hands up if you've operationally defined it. Keep those hands up, be proud. Be proud. These are HR consultants over here. I want every hand up. Why's your hand down? You don't believe them. You guys got something to talk about. Just keep your hands up. One more question. So now you've defined your it and you've put the behaviors, the very ways we're going to prove it. How our people are going to not just think but how they're going to speak, how they're going to act, right? Last question, keep your hand up if you've integrated that into how you recruit people, how you hire people, how you onboard and train them, how you hold performance conversations, how you recognize your people. How many hands do we still have up? What's your name of your company? Let's go. Oh, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. It's what is it called?
The O'Connor.
The O'Connor Group. This is what they do for a living for people. So of course they're doing it. What company are you with? Ferris. And what do you guys do?
We do litigation support.
Litigation? Lawyers! We do lawyers! No? Oh, okay. God, I was like, that's incredible! What do you got? I'm going to get shot. I'm a cowboy fan. What do you guys do?
Marketing services.
Marketing services. And you've defined, this is who we are. You've got the behaviors. You've integrated it into all the key critical people systems, those touch points, right? Oh, phew. I'm always worried there's going to be none. Congratulations, you guys are in the 1%. I call it the 1% because I've been doing this a long time, and it's about 1% of companies. And it's usually about 2% of companies that keep the hands up, but then they come up to me afterwards and they're like, yeah, we kept our hands up, but we don't actually hire them. How do you onboard people with it? Well, we tell them about it in the training. You mean you tell them about your core values, you talk to them about it, you tell them that they're important to you? It's not enough. It's just not enough. Here's my opinion, folks. I told you I'd share with you. One of the most significant challenges business leaders face is to cascade and translate the core values from 10,000 feet or maybe even 50,000 feet, depending on how high you want to go, into actionable line of sight, non-negotiable. People don't like that word, non-negotiable. But it's just, this is how we do it. What's culture? How we do things. Non-negotiable behaviors among leaders and employees. It's very difficult to do. And for those of you that could not raise your hand, don't feel bad about it. That's why you're here today. You want to learn some tools and tips and techniques. I'm going to introduce you to the brand lens. The brand lens is a tool my clients have used. You know, you heard in my intro, my clients have witnessed nearly 3 times the engagement level of their closest competitors. Nearly 70% of them are on a best places to work list in their industry, in their geographic location, or the main one, the great place to work list, the big top 100. 68% at last check. This doesn't happen by chance. It happens by design. I don't share this to brag. I share this because I just want to inspire you that there's some things you could do, some tools, and I will point you in the direction of the tools, I promise, the ones that I talk about that we're not using here today. There's some tools that help you to just operationally define, which is the starting point, the first of the 3 ways, who we are and how we do things. If you leave off the how, you're shit out of luck. I'm sorry. All you have is concepts for values. And then when we don't live it, everybody knows. And then everybody can quickly tell you how you don't live it versus how you do live it. So the brand lens is a way of capturing the essence of who we are. Now here's what I found interesting, and we all have these moments in our lives and in our careers where you just have I think they call it an aha moment. We're working really hard. My company at the time was called Brand Integrity, and we would go into companies and help them define their values. And after doing, this is like 2007, 2008, after doing, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 strategies, me and my consulting team, we came together in the conference room and we put everybody's strategy on the wall. Everyone. And they all have brand lenses. And I was like, I'm sick of doing the same thing over and over again. We're taking too long. We're charging these clients too much workshop time and all that. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Where are these the same? Regardless of industry. I remember there were about 19 or 20 different industries. And we had that aha moment when we realized that all the best performing clients, they pretty much had 5 core values. But the important thing is, some of them had a 6, there was 1 or 2 that had 4, but they were covering these 5 categories, which we then called the 5 dimensions of brand integrity. If you want to truly be who and what we say we are, while reaching those business goals, you have to have a core value that starts with culture and team. So we're going to think about your core values here in a few moments. We're going to do a little extra. We're going to do a break, and then we'll have a little exercise. But culture and team. Like if you don't have a value that talks about how we operate, sets the expectation for how we communicate internally, what does teamwork look like, then unless you just work all by yourself, you're missing something, right? Then there's lead by example. This is an interesting one because this is the bucket that's for honesty and integrity and all those feel-good values you have that are like, basically do the right thing when no one else is looking. Lead by example. And anyone can do it in any job, right? By the way, my clients always rename this something that's more appetizing to them with their marketing minds, but these are just the hardcore buckets. Then there's operational strength. This is the most left off the value set. If I met with 100 companies and they all laid out their values, which we're going to do here in a little bit, it's amazing to me how many of them don't put in their core values something around operational efficiency or excellence. That's being good protectors of company resources, right? Good stewards of resources, right? That's about following processes and procedures, which directly impacts our ability to get and keep profitable customers. You have to be operationally sound. And then there's knowledge and expertise, products, knowledge, and expertise. That's sharing information internally amongst our colleagues, our teammates, and also with customers. And then fifth, and always fifth. Whenever I share this, I always leave it fifth. Why? Because it's customer service. And it's completely dependent on the other four. Right? If you're not operationally efficient, you can't get and keep profitable customers very well. So then we start making staffing decisions that make it a crappier customer experience. If we're not good at sharing knowledge and expertise with the customers, we had a couple examples when we did what Engage looks like. They share that knowledge and expertise in a proactive way, right? If you're not doing that well, you can't deliver that consistently great customer experience. All right, before we dive into your values, we're going to do a break. Do we have a couple minutes before the break, or should we do it right now? How are we feeling? It's been an hour, just like that.
Great.
You want to do a quick break? Can we do a quick break?
Engage. I can keep going.
You want to keep going? You want to keep going? We're gonna do a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Grab some refreshments, have some more coffee, run to the bathroom.
Please wear your masks out in the common
My car hit a water buffalo. Is everybody ready to come back?
Who are the social mavens? Do we have any social mavens in the group? Carla is. She's like my model. Please. I was delinquent earlier. Like at CEO Think Tank would be lovely. Go to the YouTube page. Go to our LinkedIn page, CEO Think Tank's LinkedIn page. Like us, follow us, tweet stuff, whatever is your Facebook is like. We do have a Facebook page, but I'm not really crazy about Facebook. So, anyway, so if you could please just take a minute to tweet out that you're here, that whatever you're learning and your takeaways are at this particular juncture would be amazing.
Oh, like they're learning to create the environment for more engagement? That would be an incredible tweet.
You can please tag your team members, please tag Greg, please tag CEO Think Tank. Actually, Marsha O'Connor is also my social maven as well.
I'm not on Twitter, but if you went to LinkedIn, I'd try. I can only handle one platform.
Anyway, good to go. All right. Good, Eileen? Are we, anything else we need from the live stream, folks? We'll do a shout out. So Cape May Brewery is all, how many of them are in the conference room in Cape May? A dozen? Ryan? Yeah, Ryan actually pulled together his team, so we want to give a shout out to Cape May for joining us as well today. All right, good to go?
I'm ready.
You ready?
You ready, folks?
Oh, all right.
Okay, folks, you ready?
All right.
You ready? All right, I'm double mic now. Say yes, you're ready. Yeah. Here, do you want me to show back? Say please.
All right, I'll work on the temperature.
Is everyone cold?
Yes, you're freezing.
Keeping you alive and awake.
Let's watch.
All right, welcome back. Welcome. I'm glad you came back. All right, so before we dive into your values and what it looks like, from an operational definition, I'm going to share an example. Allow me to share an example of a company I thought I might hear in the one company we love. I was surprised we didn't. Because I looked online, they have 18 stores here. Oh, you love them. Who else loves Wegmans? Right, you got a Wegmans near you. How many people? Were any of you the people that sleep outside waiting for this first grand opening, like you're at a Grateful Dead show or something? No? That happens. That happens. For those of you, everyone here is familiar with Wegmans, right? They have 106 stores now, 53,000 people. 106 stores. You got 18 right here in Pennsylvania. Right here in Pennsylvania. Now, Wegmans from my hometown in Rochester, New York. And what's interesting about Wegmans and what they're most known for is obviously they have this incredible customer experience. And if you go there, you know the employee experience is pretty amazing. But they're also recognized year after year as being the best company in America to work for. I'm going to share with you their journey because there's some aspects of this you probably don't know. Now, in 1998, the Great Place to Work Institute, launched this top 100 companies in America to work for. And Wegmans debuted at number 16. And us people in Rochester were like, this is incredible. Like, I don't know how many, they had maybe 30 stores at the time, 40 stores. And it was just like, wow, this is amazing, number 16. But the one little unknown fact, only 160 companies applied to be on the list. How many companies are in America? So Wegmans technically was number 16 of 160. But they felt really good about themselves and they realized right away, wow, there's some benefits to this. Our employees are eating this up. It creates pride for our employee base. They want to be at a company that's the best place to work, right? It's a great place to work. So they kept applying year after year, but something interesting happened. Two things. One, lots of companies saw the benefits of being on a best place to work list. Lower recruitment costs, greater employee pride. It's like free marketing if you'll put the time and energy into doing the surveys and doing the whole hoopla to get on it. Two, they keep falling backwards. Number 43, then 50 in 2000, 2001, 66, then 2002, 1968. That 2002 was the year I started my company, Brand at Work, and we got invited in to talk to Wegmans because they were in a process or a time. They described it as, we need to refresh our values. They always had values, but they wanted a refresh. And here I had this little company that was focused on how to define behaviors behind values, which was somewhat of a new idea, even for Wegmans at that time. And I'll never forget my first meeting at Wegmans with Danny Wegman, the chairman, his daughter Colleen, a team of HR people, head of operations, Jack DePeters was his name. He's an interesting one, I'll tell you more about him in a moment. But in this meeting, the HR lady speaks up and says, we don't think we should continue to apply for this list. It's becoming very competitive. I'm using a lot of my budget on this. It's expensive, and it's very competitive. Google was, I think, #1 the year before. She's like, they have nap rooms. These tech companies that are getting on the list, they have dog care and daycare. They're throwing pizza parties left and right. And I'm sitting there, and again, this is like one of my first meetings, maybe my first ever meeting there, at least with this group. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking at Danny Wegman's face as he's taking this in. And he says, and he's very calm and quiet, very quiet when he speaks. It shows our commitment to our people. The HR lady said, well then, what do you think is a reasonable goal? What do you think Danny said? Yeah, we should be #1. I remember going, I don't even know what I'm doing yet, right? I mean, this is a long time ago. I'm like, yeah, I can help them define the values, maybe do a little integration work. So, yeah, we should be #1. We should be #1, which, again, absolutely amazing that just the look on his face, like, of course we should be #1. I don't think he heard the part about the daycare for dogs and like people daycare, like human daycare. Like, it's just, we should be #1. But they got this idea, they understand the power of this idea that, look, we can remind our people on who we are, it'll make us an even better place to work. Danny said, here's what we're gonna do. He said, we're gonna refresh our values, and then we're gonna remind people like crazy. Like every employee that works here, I believe it was 29,000 at the time. Every single one of them is gonna know who we are and how we do it. They actually called the values, you know what they named them? Anyone ever worked at a Wegmans? If you did, you know this, the who we are values. That's what they call them, who we are. Who we are values. Now, so Danny understood this second of the 3 ways that leaders create the environment. You have to A, define who we are, but then we have to remind people like crazy. This is when Jack DePeters spoke up. This was one of the best stories. Sometimes when somebody chimes in and they start like telling about their history with the company, I'm like, oh, just let's get through this and get on with the meeting. But Jack speaks up. This guy he just retired 2 years ago. 50 years. 50 years at Wegmans, started as a 16-year-old cart boy, worked his way up to the time, 20 some odd years ago, 25 years ago, he was the COO, Chief Operating Officer, #2 to Danny. Bob Wegman had just passed. That was the grandfather that started it. And so Jack says, that makes me think, Danny. And I'm like, oh gosh, where's this gonna go? It's my first meeting with the guy, but he says, I started as a cart boy. He always wanted to tell people he started as a cart boy. I started as a cart boy at 16. And I was here about 10, 12 years, and I finally worked my way up to being the store manager. And I'll never forget my first day as the store manager. Bob Wegman, this is Danny's dad, he said he came into the store and he said, put his arm around me and he said, Jack, you know how to run the bakery, the front end, you know how to run the fish department, the meat department, you know how to run every square inch of this store. But that's not your job anymore. And I'm sitting there like on the edge of my seat, like, where's he going with this? I've never spoken to this guy before. He says, your job is to make sure everybody knows our values. Now back then, they were like 9 stores and like 1,000 people. Now they're 29,000 people. So they kind of lost their way to a certain extent. May have just lost their way. But we did exactly what Danny suggested. We said, we're going to define who we are, and then we're going to make sure that our people just talk about it. We're just going to keep it in front of them, which takes us to number 2, remind about who we are and how we do things. Now, look at the Wegmans lens and how not sexy this is. High standards, care and respect, making meals easy, which really became which is rare for our brand lenses, that it became the marketing tagline. But that's their, making meals easy has been their like marketing effort forever. Make a difference in incredible service. But they didn't just put these words on paper. They implemented and embraced this idea, a very simple idea called the Living the Brand System. And I have all kinds of tools I can point you to where you can learn about this and how to deploy it. But they defined who we are, and they made very specific behaviors. Like so you've been to a Wegmans in the last 2 weeks? Okay, are you going to go to a Wegmans in the next 2 weeks? Okay, go through the checkout line and promise me you're going to pay attention, because I promise you, and I'm just picking one job in the company. I promise you they're going to greet you, right? They're going to respond with the total. They're going to make eye contact. They're going to ask you if you found everything all right before they even respond with the total, and they're going to say thank you. They're going to greet you. They ask if you found everything all right. They're going to make eye contact. They're going to respond with the total. They're going to say thank you. Seems pretty basic. Do they do that at all the other supermarkets? Does it seem robotic? You're sitting there going, I guess they kind of do that. But it doesn't seem robotic. No, because they bring their personality into it. They hire for this, right? So I'll give you an example. Making meals easy. It's not just one of their core values. They're hiring for it. So when I got a call from my cousin Jake about 10 years ago, he was in high school, he wanted to get his first job. He got an interview at Wegmans. His mom suggested he call me, because I know a little bit about Wegmans. I said, all right, you want preparation for your interview? I said, I know they're going to ask you, where have you been where they have incredible service and what made it incredible? So know how to answer that question, right? They're going to ask you a question about where you worked on a project at school or on a team or a part of a group where it just didn't meet your standards, and what did you do about it? They want you to be able to talk to what high standards means to you. And that's all I gave him. Like the rest of it, he's on his own. I get a call 2 days later from Jake. Greg, I got the job at Wegmans. Oh, great. He goes, I appreciate your help, but you could have told me about making meals easy. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, I nailed the customer service thing. I told him all about these places I'd been to, and I was all about the high standards. But then they asked me whether I like to cook. And I said, yes. I said, okay. And he goes, but then they asked me, what do I like to cook? I'm like, all right. Then they asked me how I prepare it. How do I prepare it? He's 16. How do you prepare that? And then he actually described how he cooks this meal with his mom. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it had like fancy ingredients. And I said, Jake, the reason they do that, or you tell me, why do they do that? Because they want the cashier to know and be interested in the food that makes meals easy. Because, now look, you're going to love this part. It's not just about being a food enthusiast. Would the person who knows what an avocado is be faster at ringing up an avocado? No. They know. They study profitability per square inch of that store. If you know anyone who works at Wegmans as a cashier, ask them what their IPMs are. You know what IPMs are? Ask them, just say, what's your IPMs? Oh, you work at Wegmans, what's your IPMs? Items per minute that you scan. If you walk through Wegmans and you break out your checkbook to pay, that cashier does not like you. You will see a frown begin. They'll be fighting it because you're ruining their IPMs. You're taking forever. They're asking Jake what foods he likes to prepare to be a 16-year-old cashier because they want to hire people who love food. Because the people who love food can scan food faster. They figured that out. It's not all just love foods. It's about getting and keeping more profitable customers. I could take you through examples of this for all of their core values. It's not just saying we have core values, it's how do we actually use them, live them, and create a culture where people are passionate about it. In 2003, they jumped to number 10. At this point, there's thousands of companies applying. Then in 2004, number 9. In 2005, they actually did it. They were the #1 company in America to work for. They're a supermarket. They beat out Boston Consulting Group. You know who they are? Do you think they have perks for their employees at Boston Consulting Group? Here's what's most impressive as they went to 2006 and 07, they were number 2 and 3. From 08 till just this year, I just Googled it, they landed at number 4 this year. During this time period of the last dozen years, they've been in the top 5, all but 1 year. They embrace these 3 ways that we create the environment. First is you have to operationally define who we are and how we do it. You have to learn how to remind the workplace. It's a management skill to learn how to remind. There's systems that have to be put in place for how we recruit, hire, onboard, do performance conversations, and recognize our people. They're not complicated. You'll have access to any and all systems I've got when we're done here today. Simple ways to build a hiring scorecard. What do we ask for each value? What do we look for in a response? It's not that hard. A couple hours of your time, bam, you're going to have a hiring scorecard that helps you select people that are truly a good cultural fit. Which is, when I was Googling this to find out where they were the other day for you, because I'm like, where's Wegmans this year? I don't even know. And it turns out People Magazine has them the #1 company in America for making a difference, that they actually give a crap. But the system, the approach I'm sharing with you, it absolutely works. But it starts with a mindset and this is the mindset that drives the whole company. In order to be a great place to shop, you have to be a great place to work. It's not the other way around. You can put any of your companies in there, whatever you do, whatever customers do. In order to be a great place to fly your advertising from an airplane, you first have to be a great place to work. That's what they do. If anyone needs to fly a banner, let's get some eyeballs going. Look, it's the leader's job to create the environment, and when you do it, you become a more engaged workforce, a better place to work. You perform a better customer experience, and you get and keep more profitable customers. There's no way of short-circuiting it. Wegmans proves it. There's nothing magical in this. They are arguably the best company in America to work for, ever. They've been on that list since it started. There's tens of thousands of companies that try to get on that list. They're doing something right. Now, is the 3 ways that I'm sharing with you today that you create the environment for more engagement the only thing? No, of course not. But if you talk to anybody at Wegmans, they will tell you the definition of our values and how we integrate that into our day-to-day is by far the biggest influencer. Now, Wegmans has got to level 3 on this living the brand spectrum. Level 3, we live it all the time. Every company is on this spectrum. If you have core values or a brand definition, something that defines who we are, you fall somewhere on this living the values or living the brand spectrum. Level 1, we have it. Level 2, we announce it. Level 3, we live it. Right? Obviously, level 3 is where you create customer love. This is where we're achieving brand integrity. We are who we say we are. Level 1, my guess, it's about 25% of the companies out there that have their values. They sometimes remember them, sometimes, and they may or may not put them on their website, but they're rarely talked about. Nobody's thinking about the core values day in and day out, which to me is absolutely absurd. Your core values defined well are the most important words that ever enter your business. They guide how you and everyone around you thinks, speaks, and acts if you do it the right way. Now, my guess is about 50% to 70% of companies are at level 2. They know the core values are really important. They read books like Scaling Up and Rockefeller Habits and other things where it says you gotta have core values, right? They put them into their job profiles. They heard a speaker talk about how we should evaluate people based on whether they're living our values. Great. Except if your core value is delight the customer. What's your name? Amanda. Hey Amanda, I don't think you're doing a very good job delighting the customer. Well, Greg, I think I'm doing a dandy job. How do we know? If the words are just delight the customer, we have nothing else. There's no action behind it, and then we're at level 2. Yeah, we're passionate about it. The CEO gets up and says how everyone's the greatest asset, and we have these values we love, and it's just talk. It's just happy talk. But your goal, you're here today, right? Look, you could be in so many different places today. I am not unaware of what you give up to come here and learn something new. Right? And some of this you're looking at going, I've heard this before. You have execution though. How you actually take this and put it into action, that's what gets you to level 3, where we're constantly hiring for it. We have the right reminding systems in place, and we're able to measure whether we're living the brand, whether we're living our values. All right, so let's now take a look at your values. The next exercise we're going to do here. There's a handout in front of you that says, are you living it? Again, we're going to do an individual thing. This is great that most of you have people from your team. Those of you that are solo here, that's fine. You'll still be able to do this exercise. You just have to share with some people that hopefully you've met and are enjoying today. So the first thing you're going to do is it's 2 steps. I want you to just write down what your organization's core values are. Don't make anything up today. Like, write down what it is. You should know it if they're there. If they're not, and you're not on the spectrum yet, that doesn't sound like you used to. If you're not on the spectrum yet, if you're not on the living the brand spectrum yet, that's okay. Then fine, write down what you think they should be. But your values should be the most important words in your business. What are they? But then, since achieving brand integrity is being who you say you are, and achieving your business objectives, I want you to write down 3 to 4 of what are your most important business objectives. Think about the work you do with Cheryl Beth or your other leaders or coaches that you work with. What are those top objectives? Just summarize them. We want 10,000 new customers. We want to increase our employee engagement to this. Like, be as specific as you can. We're going to spend just 5 minutes, write down your values, your top objectives, and then we'll start sharing them. Core values down. How about the hill goes first?
So our core values are service, professionalism, excellence, compassion, and teamwork.
One more time.
Service, professionalism, excellence, compassion, and teamwork.
Okay. Anyone want to guess the industry? Or you all know? We know. Hold 1 second. Service,
Professionalism,
professionalism,
excellence,
excellence,
compassion,
compassion,
teamwork.
teamwork. Okay? And did everyone write down the exact same words, or did you just do that together?
We all wrote the same.
You all know. Great.
Posted on the walls.
Okay. So, how consistently, on a 0 to 10 scale, how consistently do you think, everybody write down their own number, how consistently do you think you're living it throughout your enterprise? Or just come up with your own number. 0, we almost never live it. People don't even know where it is. 10, everybody does it all the time, we're amazing. Everybody do that, by the way. You've got your core values in front of you. 0 to 10. Where are you? 5? Sometimes we're living it, sometimes we're not. Some departments do it more than others, some teams do it better than others. Some don't do it at all. Some do it all the time or almost all the time. As a whole, collectively, or if you just want to think about your department, because it's amazing how often I'm invited in now to help guide department values. Like, what are just our department? Forget the rest of the organization. Let's control what we can control, how we do it. 0 to 10. 0, we never live our values, up to 10. Where are you on the spectrum, living the spectrum? Are you at level 1, we have it, we announce it, number 2, or are we truly at level 3? Or are we more at like 2 1/4? What do you think?
I wrote 8, interestingly enough. Nicole wrote 8. Susan wrote 7. Mark will do an average. He has a 7.5. Rich has an 8.5. And Henry has a 7.
All right, you guys are doing great. All things where do you think you are on the spectrum?
We were at 3 before COVID, and once COVID hit, and national hiring crisis hit, we had to, basically we backslid on a number of things, including we had changed our orientation. We stopped one of the departmental orientations just out of necessity, so.
How many employees in your organization?
300.
300. So you said you wanted to talk about a challenge. You have a challenge that you feel is keeping you from getting from the 7.5 to 8.5 to more of a 9, 10.
I think from the hiring standpoint, and before the national hiring crisis and before COVID, we were really able to dive into during interviews, and we had an extensive hiring process where we were very methodical and could take a lot more time with candidates. We've had to move out of necessity, and part of it out of trying not to burn out our good, engaged employees that hung with us through all of this. From that challenge, we've gone to an expedited hiring process, which is if people show up for the interview.
And they fog a mirror? Yeah, you're in.
Yeah, I mean.
And you take care of old people?
The elderly, yeah. So we still do background screenings, obviously, but that's like the big, if they can show up and they can get through the background screening, we try to work with them and try to do everything possible to take them.
Oh, you haven't been convicted in the last 12 months?
Yeah.
I'm only kidding. Actually, the largest segment of my client population over the last 20 years is senior living. So I call them old people jokingly. John Erickson, not too far from here, Erickson Retirement, they were my first venture into that market when they were like, we want to be on the Great Place to Work list. And John Erickson calls them old people. And I'm like, aren't you one of them? He's like, yeah, but everyone wants to be all politically correct. We're old people. He's earned it, right? Exactly. So, what do you think you need to do to fix your problem? What the issue is? You have a shortage of people, and so you're rushing the hiring process. So
our strategy right now, okay, is just a strategy to band-aid it, is get our numbers as high as we can again to take some of the burden off of those engaged employees that again have been carrying us through, working doubles, doing everything possible to keep us afloat. So in doing that, get our numbers up, and then as soon as we can get them up, then okay, it's time to really, meet. And we're at a good place.
what's
right
the
now.
risk of this here? Look, there may not be an easy
legal.
solution to this.
Yeah,
But you're bringing in people that are not qualified maybe for the job, or they're going to be less trained than normal, or they're not a good cultural fit personality-wise, right? You've got these core values. They outline the personality that you desire for your organization. You need to hire people who have that personality.
Yes. I think what we're trying to do is to avoid losing our good people. That's the whole thing this is based around.
Okay.
So if we can, get our numbers up and basically work with this population and try to get them, if they're not all bad hires, don't get me wrong. There are motivated people that we are hiring. So, but it's just a matter right now, we can't be choosy in our opinion. So we're doing this to get our numbers up, understanding that there's going to definitely be employee relation headaches along the way, and we've got to attack those aggressively and then weed those people out. And then get to a point where we're gradually going up. If we didn't do that and we were losing people due to the process taking too long, we would, after somebody would come in, they would interview for a position. The hiring manager, we would have a discussion, we'd be checking references, the reference would be calling the employee and saying, if it was a past employer, you're looking for a job, come on in, talk to us. Then they wouldn't even call us back. So
Anyone else having this problem? Again, I want to be careful we don't just, we could spend all morning on your issue, but is anyone else having a problem where you just can't even find people to do the work? So then you have to do what? You have to reevaluate your strategy and your goals and scale back the business until you get the humans. Right? You may have to change things, or you may have to change some of your goals around. So if you guys want to talk further about this afterwards, I'll be around a little bit today and we can dive a little deeper into that. One thing I would think about is if you're not losing your good people, then tap your good people to find the people. Make them a lot more of the recruitment process with rewards for doing that, but that's, again, we could talk further about that. Who else wants to share? Here's what our core values are and where we think we are on the living the brand spectrum. Eileen.
Can I do a virtual one?
Please.
All right, sorry. Give me 1 second here. Let's show up with the microphone. And thanks. Okay, Dave Dempsey, be same person at work. Oh, your group's here, Dave. He is. He's been active. So here you go. Let's see if you got this right. Be same person at work as at home. Reach beyond yourself to help others. Team player. Don't cut corners when rushed or tired. Live core values and pay it forward. And he gave you all a 7.
Oh, he's with you folks. Ask him a question for us. What do they need to do to get to level 3, where they're an 8, 9, or 10? Let him chew on that.
Dave, chew on that. What do you need to do?
What do you guys think you need to do? What has to happen to get to that? Did anyone else have a different perspective, or did you feel like you're already at level 3?
We're all pretty close on the number. We're all right there on the numbers.
What do you got to do as an organization? What needs to happen? What do you have to do more of?
We have to announce it more. We do a really good job living it, especially the admin team. But we have pilots coming and going a lot, so we need to announce it more.
You got to remind people on who we are and how we do it. We're going to share some examples on how to do that with our remaining time. Who else wants to share an example? Anyone else from our virtual world?
Todd, Matt, you got the manufacturer?
I'm representing the manufacturer.
So we build better, we help each other, we see through the customer's eyes, and I own it.
Build better.
We help each other.
Help each other.
We see through the customer's eyes.
Yep.
And I own it.
And did everyone have the same ones? When you guys sat down and I said, hey, everybody write out the values, everybody knows those values, same words, everything.
Yeah, they're on the walls too.
They're on the wall. Were you one of the ones that kept your hands up for all 3 questions that you've integrated in?
We were wavering on the last one, but it was.
You needed a discussion moment. And where do you think you are on the living the brand spectrum?
I think we're probably a 6.
6. Does anyone else think you were a 9? Or a 2?
6.7.
6.7? What do you need to do to get to an 8, a 9, or a 10? What do you got to do?
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of hiring of new people in a rapid amount of time, so it's now repeat.
Yeah.
And they just hired me like a week and a half ago.
And you're already at a leadership retreat.
We're wondering what the heck's taking so long.
She fogged the mirror. All right, folks. Thank you for taking the time to share some of your thoughts on these values. The big idea around the values that I've been screaming for more than 2 decades now. Now, people talk about, I use the word values and brand interchangeably. They're the same thing. The brand is the reputation you want to be known for. Brand of a company, and I'm not talking about products, I'm talking about a company. Your brand is your reputation. It's based on how you live your values. So they're really the same freaking thing. If you're not managing behaviors though, if you haven't operationalized the behaviors, as I mentioned, defined the values from an operational perspective, how we do it, you're not managing your values. You're not managing by the brand. Right? It's your job. Remember what Jack DePeter said at Wegmans, or what he was told by Bob Wegman, I'm sorry. He said, look, your job is it's not to run the store. Your job is to remind people about our values. Now there's a lot of opportunities to do this, and some of you had this in this exercise. It was interesting, because of the people shortage, everybody was running to the hiring, and that's important. You got to select. What's your name?
Melinda.
Melinda got hired, right? Great.
Belinda.
Belinda with a B?
B, I know.
Oh, that's great. Belinda got hired, right, for a culture fit, hopefully. But now during that onboarding, what kind of experiences are created to make sure that those core values for the organization are imprinted in her mind? So she's thinking it day to day. So she naturally speaks about it. And of course, acts it out, gets on stage performing it. One of the ways is by capturing and sharing successes, which we're going to talk about today. Catch examples of people doing it right and share them. Performance conversations. If someone's not living the values, how does that conversation go down? If you want someone to evaluate, how well am I living the values? Do you have a tool for doing that? Well, how hard would it be to take your core values and put 3 to 5 behaviors behind each one and then have someone rate? Thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways, I'm not sure. How well am I doing it? If you want that tool, I have it for you. Right? We gotta integrate it into how we converse, team meetings. I'm going to introduce you in our second part of our time here today to something called the 1-minute reminder. You're in manufacturing, right? So you have a safety moment, right? Every training program you've ever done has a safety moment. Same concept. It's a living the values moment. It's the 1-minute reminder at a team meeting. We're going to talk about that too. When customer feedback comes in, do you have an opportunity to link it to the core values? If Colleen Wegman gets an example from a customer who's like, hey, let me tell you about this great experience we had, and she goes back to her leadership team, do you think she says, hey, I had an incredible experience piece of feedback from a customer? Yes, she uses the words incredible service because that's the core value. You got to use the words, make it part of the conversation. These are little subtle differences that you do as a leader, make all the difference in the world. When someone's not living it, do we have a conversation or do we let them get away with it? And then they piss everybody off, and then what happens? Our best people, the greatest asset. They're the ones who are frustrated, upset, spending half their day looking for another job. Folks, on my website, gregglederman.com, under the books, there are 24. Every tool I've mentioned is either here or I'm an email away from sending it to you. You want a hiring scorecard? It's there. It's there. Hiring scorecard. There it is. You just click it and it's right there. Just download it. It doesn't cost anything. You don't have to do anything. These tools are there for integrating, they're reminding into the workplace, because that's why we still have the engagement issues we have. I mean, look, we can't find enough people. We're going to focus so much on how we can't find enough people. We're not even leveraging our best people to get us new people. In most cases, you don't run into that situation. Does Wegmans have trouble with finding people? Yeah. Do they have anywhere near the amount of trouble with ShopRite or Winn-Dixie or anyone else? No. Nowhere near. Not even close. Not even close. We already did a break. We don't want to do another break, do we? No, we'll do one maybe in a little bit. Good? We're good, right? You all know where the bathrooms are. We don't all have to line up again. Let's just keep going. Let's get to the third way. Operationally define the values. Remind people on who we are and how we live it. Then you have to give people what they crave. And folks, this doesn't take long. It's 10 minutes of your time or less, as you will learn to do an amazing job. Now, let's first start with what you crave. Okay, I want you to think for a moment. I'm going to dive into this concept. I'm going to tell you where it came from and why it's so critical to us humans. But first, we're just going to start with you. Bless you. I want you to tell me, I want you to think about what it is you crave. And when you get it at work, you feel more motivated, more productive. When you get this craving fulfilled, you just feel better. You feel like working more. It's more enjoyable. Again, you're more motivated, you're more productive. So, what comes to mind? Go ahead and just shout it out.
Recognition.
Okay, so we have recognition. Hold, please. Okay, recognition. Sense of purpose? Is that what I heard?
Yep.
Purpose. Connection. Challenged.
Communication.
Challenge meaning like I'm challenged. Who said challenge? Like you accomplished something, right?
Or like you have an opportunity to grow.
Challenge. Opportunity to grow. What was the next one?
Communication.
Communication. Like communication, feedback. You're both saying the same thing, right? Just say yeah. A victory. It's been a while. Just agree with it.
A win.
Winning.
Having an impact on others.
Impact on others, right? Impact on others is similar to purpose, right? You're making a difference, right?
Accountability from Sarah.
Accountability from the virtual world. Anything else out there in the virtual world?
Yeah.
When we get this craving fulfilled, we feel really good.
Oh, fun.
Fun. All right, folks. You did this exercise perfectly. Look, I started thinking about this concept of motivation and what people crave. I started obsessing on it about right around 20 years ago, back in 2002, 2003. I had something happen in my family that was, it was scary at first. It was very scary. My father retired from dentistry. My dad's name is Norm. He was a dentist for 35 years in Fairport, New York. He had a couple of neck surgeries at 60, 61, 62, because his hands were going numb and he was having pain all the time. I'll give you the abbreviated story. They basically say, Norm, you can't work anymore. You have to retire. And the good news was he was financially in a good place. He liked to golf and play tennis and fish, and he's like, all right, give it up, I'm retiring. And then my neck's not gonna hurt anymore. But then something interesting happened. About 6 months, 12 months into his retirement, my brother and my sister and I and my mother started to notice that Dad was irritable. He was forgetful, very argumentative, always wanted to argue his point. I mean, in the first year or so, I'm like, Mom, what is wrong with him? He called me up and asked me about, if I'm ready for dinner tomorrow night, and I don't know anything about dinner tomorrow night, and he's telling me that we talked about it and we didn't, and it's just, I'm like, it's almost like he's losing his mind. So they go to the doctor, they come back and they say, look, we think you might be pre-Alzheimer's. He's 63 years old, pre-Alzheimer's. They wanted to put him in a study, which he did for another year, and this just went on. The difference now is he's running around with a pad about half the size of this one, and he's writing stuff down because he's so forgetful. And he's arguing with us all the time about stuff. Year goes by, nothing's different. They decide they're going to go get another opinion. They go out of town, they come back. I said to my mom, I said, well, what'd you learn? She said, well, the doctor said they have good news for him and bad news. Good news? Not pre-Alzheimer's. Bad news? Norm, you got to get a job. You got to get a job. Find something that you enjoy doing. You can't just play golf and play tennis and fish. Meanwhile, he couldn't even play golf because his neck hurt so bad when he did it. But he had to get a job, so my dad went to the Eastman Dental School at the University of Rochester, and he started working Tuesday afternoons for 2 hours and Thursday afternoons for 2 hours. He said to me, they pay me $50 an hour. The same they paid me when I graduated dental school like 40 years ago. $50. He goes, just enough I take your mom out for a fish fry on Friday. He started delivering Meals on Wheels for the Brighton Food Cupboard in our town. Every day, delivering meals in the middle of the day. He started donating his time in the summer to this the 4-H program of inner city kids, taking them to ball games, doing different things. It was like instant. I got my dad back. He started remembering stuff. He put his pad away. Why? Right? Purpose. Purpose. Simple as that. He got purpose, meaning, right? And so this was all going on, and I'm thinking, this is unbelievable. I watched a complete 180 in my father. Why is this? So then I'm thinking, and here I am, I'm running around doing brand lenses for companies going, how much does work really matter to people? Quincy, did you want to add something? Who was that? How much does it really matter? Well, it turns out it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting, and what you crave that causes you to have joy and motivation and feel happy at work is not an anomaly at all. When I went out and started doing my homework, I came across this book about 15 years ago, written by Fred Herzberg. Okay, this guy had a team of 2 other researchers. They did research on one question. Now, that might not seem that exciting to you like it is to me. However, this was 1955 to 1959, a 4-year study. They wrote an entire book on one question. What causes you to be motivated at work? The name of the book is The Motivation to Work. Again, 1955. They're studying this stuff. They cited 128 other studies. They show exactly what the results are. What causes us humans to be motivated at work? They came up with 2 things, achievement and recognition. By the way, recognition, challenge and opportunity and winning. You're coming, it's the same stuff. They spent 4 years trying to figure this out. All they had to do was ask you. Oh, but I thought this was really interesting, right? So it's because I saw this impact at work out of my dad. Here I am in the business of helping people try to make better places to work. But we've got our eye off the ball all too often on what really causes people to have joy, happiness, feel good about what they're doing, which drives the intrinsic motivation we were talking about. One more interesting study. I just got to show it to you because I think it's really fascinating. These guys did, because I learned about it from this book, these guys went out and said, hey, if you inherited enough money to live comfortably, would you still work? What percentage of people said yes? 80% said yes. Why though? Why is what matters. Why? Because they desire to do something interesting. They want a sense of purpose or accomplishment. They want a feeling of self-respect. It's the same kind of ideas you've come up with here. So for our third way, for you as leaders to create the environment, you must operationally define your values. If you're not managing behaviors, you're not managing your values. You're not managing your brand. If you don't take the time to really define your values, you can only create so much consistency and accountability that person asked for, right? You can only come up with so much. You have to, and if you don't have the behaviors, there's not much to remind people about. You got to remind people. And then you have to fuel your workplace with what people crave. Now there is so much evidence behind this. I promise, I'm not taking you through any of these studies, okay? But the evidence is overwhelming. These are just some of the studies that I used for my book, Crave, which all of you are getting a copy of today. Before you leave, we can pass those out, folks, at any time you want. You're all going to get a copy of this next book, where I've summarized 3 things that people crave. But most importantly, is not what they are, it's how you give it. It's how you give it. So write these down. 3 things we humans all crave at work. And when we get it, we're more motivated and we're more committed. Number 1, respect me for who I am and what I do. Right? You want to fix your hiring problem? Ratchet up the amount of respect we're giving to people in the workplace. Find ways to show people that they matter, that they make a difference, that they're relevant. Purpose. Sense of purpose that what I do is meaningful. And third, this is the most interesting one. So respect and purpose, if you looked at 100 studies, and I looked at more than that, I reviewed more than that, respect and purpose are in the top 3 on all of them. Every single one of them. Relationship, kind of like salary and making money. It's in the top 10 all the time. Sometimes top 3, sometimes not. In this particular study, the motivation to work, the sense of achievement and sense of accomplishment were 93 and 75% more impactful on people's attitudes than making more money. Think about that. Let that sink in for a minute. 93% and 75% more impactful than making more money. Which, by the way, when it comes to relationship, it's primarily relationship with who? Their boss. Okay? The research also tells us that 75% of people say the number 1 stress they feel at work is the boss. Remember what I said earlier? You have the culture you deserve, right? I love being in a room where we're all leaders. We all lead organizations. If we don't have a really awesome culture and the customer experience is suspect, it's our fault. Because it's our job to create the environment. It's our job to create the environment where more people are inspired, empowered, and motivated. And the way to make sure they're inspired, empowered, and motivated is to show that we respect them. Help them see there's purpose and meaning in their work. Work hard to show them that their work is purposeful. You might have to do a little extra thinking and telling and sharing. And when you do that, you will strengthen your relationship in almost all cases with those people and them amongst each other. Show of hands. How many of you, when you do a good job, you don't want to be recognized? Like, just don't tell me I'm doing a good job. Show of hands. Okay, not one hand is up. We have a half a hand to the side. It's like a little alligator arm here. But so you all like to be recognized when you're doing a good job. Why? Because you're humans. Now, show of hands. How many of you do a really good job recognizing others when they do a good job, and you do it often enough? You do a bang-up job telling people when they're doing a good job, and you do it often enough. We got about, I'm going to guess, 10 or 15% of the hands up in the room. Think about it. Anyone want a second chance? Was it the often enough that's throwing you off? Yeah, okay, that's fine, but look, it's my show. I can ask you whatever I want. I want to know if you do it often enough. And by the way, 10 to 15% is pretty much the average of the hands that go up among leaders when I ask that question. Over and over and over again. I asked it to the bankers 20 years ago. I'm still asking it today. Folks, this is why we have the engagement crisis that we still have, which we can't blame the pandemic. Yeah, my painter can't find paint, but that's out of his control. The fact that he can't find people, that's his problem. That's his problem. No, I didn't tell him that because I wanted to paint my house. Number 1 reason people leave their jobs, according to the Department of Labor, they don't feel appreciated. This isn't new. This is this is the research we get. How many of you do a culture survey and you learn we don't recognize our people enough? Oh, All of you, right? It shows up. Has anyone ever done a culture survey and they're like, we're killing it with recognition? No, it just doesn't even happen. Folks, another opinion, the lack of employee recognition in the workplace. It is the number one obstacle for leaders to create the environment for more engagement. It's the number one obstacle. It's so simple, right? Not really. It's a management skill. Another Wegmans example, and I get it that you're not retail, most of you, but I'll never forget being in a meeting after they were number one in America. And the Great Place to Work Institute, who does this whole ranking, came in and met with the leaders and said, hey, we ran an analysis among your 30-some-odd thousand people at the time. And the difference between the store and corporates, we noticed a little difference. If we only did the surveys and the analysis on the corporate employees, you wouldn't be number one in America. You wouldn't even be on our list. But the store environment, you're killing it, which is pretty typical in the retail, because it's all about the customer all the time, right? Like, I'm not saying that was Wegmans, but they just brought that to their attention. So then they said, well, what should we do? Though they pointed out one of the factors they scored the lowest on was recognition. Well, what should we do? They asked the lady at who was presenting from Great Place to Work. What should we do? And do you know what she said? Recognize your people more. And at that point, I sat there. I remember jotting down on my pad. It's a management skill. Like if I said to you, "What's your name?" Chelsea. You're terrible at recognizing people. You'd feel horrible. Like, how can that be? Like, that makes me a bad person. Like, I'm great at saying thank you to people. I learned please and thank you when I was like 5. It's an actual management skill. But here, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. We suck at it. We absolutely suck at it. And it's why we have the problems we have in our workplace. Think about it. We thrive on recognition. We love recognition. It fuels our personal happiness and our productivity as humans. We love to be recognized and told we're doing a good job. We know other people love it. It fuels their productivity. But we suck at giving it. Sometimes we're not even really all that good at receiving it. Why? Why? Well, because it's a management skill, folks. You got to learn how to do it, which we're going to get to in a moment. 70% of employees wish they received more recognition. This is what the research tells us. 70%. 83% of leaders, pretty much within a percentage of you folks here, right? 83% say, I could do more to recognize others. I have one more stat for you. And if this doesn't fire you up, then nothing will. 79% of employees say they'd work harder if they felt their efforts were better recognized. Think about that. Even if it was just half, like 38%, say they'll work harder, wouldn't that light a fire under you to go, wait a minute, if this is true, we should recognize our people more? Say yes.
No.
Okay. What if I could offer you a genie? A magic genie. But like all genies, it comes with a catch. You only get only get one wish. One wish. And you only get 2 choices. Okay? You can't choose to wish for more wishes. You can't do that. You can't do that. You get one of 2 choices. You can have a 50% improvement over the next 12 months in some aspect of your business. Think about those metrics you wrote on that worksheet that are so important. 50% improvement this year. You lower a cost, you increase revenue, increase profitability, whatever it is, 50% 1 year. That's wish number 1. Or you can replicate your greatest asset, your best employee, forever. Which would you choose?
Wouldn't choice number 2 fuel number 1?
Yes, it might. So is that going to influence your answer? Yeah. So what would we do? Say replicate. Replicate. Say it like you mean it. Replicate. Of course we want to replicate our best people. And folks, we create people, right? We talked about this earlier. A lot of you have created humans, right? Who's got a 1-year-old in their life? Who's got a 1-year-old? Chelsea? Why not? Well, you had one. 7, how old?
7 months.
Okay, Chelsea, what's the baby's name? Gabrielle. Okay, so Chelsea's got Gabrielle, she's 7 months old, so we're going to tell you what's coming, okay? Gabrielle's going to turn about 1. Okay, you got a few more, you got about 4 or 5 months from now. Gabrielle's going to move from pushing that little shopping cart thing or lawnmower around your living room, where eventually she'll be up walking around, right? I'm holding on to things. And she's just going to walk across the room on her own. And what are you and your significant other and other family members, what are you going to do? You're going to clap, you're going to cheer, right? Right, of course. Okay, so now, did you play a sport when you were younger? No? Okay. Well, Gabrielle's going to decide she wants to play baseball because her neighbor friend down the road just wants to play softball. So you sign her up for t-ball. And she just keeps swinging and missing over and over again. And they give her the tee, and she just keeps swinging and missing underneath the ball. The ball just keeps falling. The dad or mom is pitching it, and the little kid's playing. Have you seen this? It's like getting a root canal trying to watch it. Have you seen this? And then they finally are like, Gabrielle, go to first base, and she goes to third. Gabrielle gets in the car after the game. What does Chelsea say to her?
Great job.
Your bat speed was amazing. When you finally hit that ball, you're going to knock it out of the park. They go home, they take the training wheels off the bike, right? And Gabrielle goes all by herself. What do the neighbors do? They cheer her on, right? Gabrielle goes off to grade school. She's going to come home with pretty decent grades. What are you going to say to her? Why didn't you work harder? No, great job. See, you put your effort in and it pays off. Great job. And you studied so hard for those history tests, and you did well. Then Gabrielle's going to go off to college, and the pattern's going to continue, right? Why do we recognize the achievements and the effort level of our kids? I guess I should have said that the other way. Why do we recognize the effort level and achievement of our kids? Because we love them, sure. But let's be honest here. We love them sometimes. We recognize their activities because we want to see more of it. We want to see more of it. That's why we don't ignore them when they get good grades or when they hit the ball or ride the bike or whatever they do. We give them feedback because we want to encourage more of it. But then Gabrielle's going to go off to college. I know, in fact, it happens. Look, I got 2 of them there. It's fast. And then they graduate college. She's going to move back into your house. And she's going to start applying for jobs in a workplace where 85% of the leaders don't feel they do enough to recognize the achievements of these folks. Now, we can say all day long, oh, these young kids want a trophy at the end of the first week. That was a millennial thing, sorry to offend people, but that's not how it seems to be going in the future here. There was a time where it was like, everybody gets a participation trophy, right? But it's not really like that at the workplace. It might be that way on the soccer field or softball diamond, but at work, just basic recognition, sharing a success of when someone's doing something well, makes all the difference in the world and costs almost nothing. I know you're all thinking about that. You're going, it's unbelievable how little we do. Now, poor Gabrielle's going to apply for a job. She might get into one of your companies where you ration out praise as if there's going to be a shortage of it. Right? When we could be replicating what our best people are doing. And I'm going to show you in our next exercise we're going to do, the last exercise during our time together, that 10 minutes a week would make you amazing. Who else can tell you that if you spend 10 minutes on something in a week, you'll be amazing at it, and it will fuel the craving in the workplace that you have. It'll fuel the craving for you. It'll fuel the craving for all the people in your workplace. I'm going to share that with you in our final hour together today. And we're going to do an exercise to prove to you that if you just take the time to stop, learn the management skill for recognizing people, which we're going to cover, you'll see it's truly the accelerator of your greatest asset. You get more of them. You'll replicate more of them if you'll just take the time to capture and share those examples. It fuels your engagement level. It drives your culture. It drives the group, being an even better place to work. It leads to achieving that goal of getting and keeping more profitable customers, because we're creating that customer love, because we're just replicating the things people are doing. But it doesn't come unless you take the time to truly recognize and share successes. Now, we'll do a little example here. What business are you guys in again? What do you do? Chelsea, we're gonna stick on you all. All right, who wants to get it? You want somebody? What's your name? You haven't said a damn thing the whole morning. What's your name? David. And what do you do, David?
I work at Episcopal Community Services.
Okay. And what does Episcopal Community Services do?
We challenge poverty in the city of Philadelphia. We work to get people out of poverty.
Okay. And you have employees?
We do.
Name an employee or job in the organization.
Social worker.
A social worker. And what are some of the core values you have in your organization?
Dignity, impact, justice, and community.
Okay, we'll go with dignity.
Yeah.
All right. So David, you have someone in your organization. What's her name? It's a great social worker.
Great social worker.
Evan. And you work with senior population? Or special needs, or?
People in poverty.
People in poverty, gotcha, okay. So Evan, suppose Evan just does an amazing job with an individual who's just been struggling to get back on their feet.
Yeah.
Right? And dignity is one of the core values, right? Dignity.
Yeah.
And then one of the results you want is your placement rates lead to more donations that come in to help fuel the operation, correct? Am I understanding the business? Okay. You know we're not making this up, right? Like we are making it up as we go. But this wasn't pre-planned, clearly. Okay, so now say Evan just does an amazing job interacting with a constituent, a participant. Gets down on one knee, has a conversation at eye level with this person who's sitting down, they're down and distraught, and has a really good emotional connection with them, and helps convince them to take some steps to improve their life that day. If you said to Evan, hey, Evan, you did a great job. You did a great job with that participant the other day. Really appreciate it. What did you all learn about what Evan did from David? Nothing. But what if you wrote a note or you talked about it at a team meeting, or does anyone have one of those online platforms where you can share a success? Yeah. You typed up the success for everybody to see. Hey, Evan did an amazing job with participant A. By getting down on one knee, was super empathetic with them, and listened really intently to their situation, made some recommendations, helped them get back on their feet. A great example of dignity in action. It's that kind of experience we create that drives the donations that fuel our success. That would be good, right? No, that would be great. I'm a professional. That was a great recognition. You know why I know that was a great recognition? Because David might have just said you did a great job. I said what the person did. They got down on one knee. They listened really intently. They were empathetic, and they provided some suggestions to get that participant back up on their feet. I connected it to a core value, dignity. Great example of dignity. Very easy to leave that off. Suppose I wrote a note, or I typed it into the internet, into our social recognition platform. I said the value, dignity. Is that a reminder? Yes, a powerful one. And then the third piece, impact. What was the impact? More donations! That's what they want, more donations. Now, if I leave off the impact, I'm taking away that sense of purpose. That I'm taking away some of that we're winning, the impact. We're accountable to drive donations. You have to have all three steps. I said management, it's a management skill, right? I said recognition is a management skill. To be strategic with it. David could have stood up at a team meeting and been like, hey everybody, Evan did a great job getting participant A back on their feet. We really appreciate it. Round of applause. Wow, what a lost opportunity. Because all David needed to do was take the time to learn the 3 steps and say, hey, Evan did an amazing job demonstrating dignity by getting down on one knee, really getting at eye level with that individual and listening to them and understanding their situation. Great example of how we create an experience that drives our donations. Hits on all 3 steps. That wasn't the easiest one to do, but it showed. Think about, you see them in your mind right now, there's easy ones. But it's really easy to leave off the core value, which is the focus area, connect to a focus area, and share the impact. I'll give you another example. I brought one with me. Here's one. This is a live one. You can write a personal note. This is to Courtney, who been working with me for a dozen years. I said, Courtney, by the way, stamp it all. I got to put this in the mail when we're done today. I just was writing it yesterday and thought, I'll bring it and share it. Your final review of the Driver's Village deliverable was terrific. You caught every potential error. A great example of demonstrating passion for client success. That's one of our core values, which increases John's confidence and ultimately leads to more referrals. What did Courtney do? Told the action. She reviewed the deliverable and she caught the errors. Now, how many of you are thinking, well, that's probably her job? How many of you are thinking that? Come on, be honest. A little bit. Be honest. That's probably her job. Okay, but suppose I've got 5 Courtneys, and Courtney doesn't typically do that. Wouldn't I want her to start doing it and keep doing it? So why not recognize what we want to see more of? Suppose Courtney's always great at this, but I got 3 others that don't. Don't I want to share that best practice? I can mail this to her, I can type it in our intranet, I can talk about it in a team meeting. It's about replicating our greatest asset. Courtney double-checked the deliverable. She was demonstrating passion for client success. And she instilled confidence in John, which leads to more referrals. That's 2 impacts we want. Confident clients who tell people about us. How long do you think it took me to write this? 90 seconds, maybe. Maybe. I'm a professional. Maybe it takes you 3 minutes. You still got 7 minutes left a week if you're investing 10 minutes by Friday to stop and share a success, which is what we're going to do next. We're going to introduce you here to the ultimate leadership habit, strategically recognizing your people with these 3 steps. So please get to your next handout here. We're going to start to think about recognition is not just saying thank you to people. It's being strategic, doing it in a genuine way. How many of you are thinking, well, it seems so self-serving? It's not if it's done with the idea of giving people what they crave, right? What did we say people crave, folks? They want to feel respected, right? Respect, purpose, and they want a sense of relationship. This is what all us humans crave. It's the human condition. The number one way to give it to them, the number one way for you to get it, is to take the time to stop and think about, where am I seeing our values in action, and recognize it. And if you do this, if you treat it like a management skill, you'll see this is the best way to replicate what we want to see more of. So I want you to think about examples.
Which page are we doing?
This is Recognition Accelerates Results.
The business results?
Yes.
Okay. That was
Okay.
very helpful of you.
Thanks for recognizing.
The impact is we know where to go.
Yes.
Well, let's see how good you are at doing it. All right, so here, we're going to give you a couple minutes here. Again, you're doing this individually, all right? I want you to do step 1. I want you to just pick one of those metrics. Pick one of the metrics that you had, or one of those business objectives that you're trying to achieve from the values exercise. And then I want you to think about an example of when someone around you has done something that helps you achieve it. Does that make sense? I want you to think about an employee, a teammate, a colleague, whatever you refer to people as. Someone's done something that helps you achieve that outcome. And I want you to jot it down. I gave you some examples in this worksheet, right? If your metric was you're trying to increase customer loyalty there in the middle of the page, right? Suppose you pick that from your step 1. Then what are some of the actions you want to recognize? Hint, this is going to help you in defining what the actual behaviors are behind your value. But what are the actions to recognize that drive customer loyalty? In this case, proactively following up with customers, taking time to recommend additional value-add solutions, making a referral for a customer. Those are just different types of examples. So I want you to think of a metric and then spend 3 to 5 minutes here jotting down the actions that you've seen people do. Not what you wish they would do just yet, just you've seen people do this and you want to see more of it. Once you've got your example there, take a moment and share it with your team there. If you don't mind, just share what the metric is, share what the behavior is, the action, the experience that you witnessed somebody doing. Go ahead, everybody share one example at your table.
Number 7.
As long as you guys are fine, but I'm like, it's still. Maybe it's just me.
we talked about, dare I tread into the territory? Can we talk, so one of the things that we've been, actually, so for those of you that were watching all of our virtual webinars, Dr. Archie is back here in the back corner, our diversity and inclusion. She's the one who spoke to us about how to have conversations and how to begin to make inquiries. And so I wanted to welcome her. She's sort of snuck in. You may have seen her on a variety of TV stations and all. You just were on Fox. Were you on this morning? Right? Yeah. So, all right, I'm putting Carla. I got permission to put Carla on the spot. Can you speak to just raising awareness around diversity and inclusion and all of this?
We were actually having our own conversations back here about how, as women of color, as people of color, we oftentimes don't feel seen in the workplace enough to even get the recognition. And so in many of these examples, it's as if you have all A players on your C-suite or your top levels, they've gone through the unconscious bias training, they've gone through and worked out all of these other issues before they can even get to the point where they can apply the recognition fairly and equitably across your entire organization. I mean, as a reformed corporate America participant, I've often felt that, and the statistics show that 60% of women of color are considering leaving their jobs in the next 2 years because they do not feel valued, they do not feel that they can move up in their organizations. And everyone says we embrace diversity, but unless it's attached to your KPIs as a business, you're really not going to have it show up throughout your entire organization. So those were just some notes, because I oftentimes feel conflicted in whether or not I want to be the person of color bringing up the issues of people of color in a room where you're a minority. But I wanted to make people aware that if you do happen to have a diverse organization, that it is something that we oftentimes think about, that we're not treated fairly in those instances we're even seen.
And we do have Dr. Argy's presentation that's on YouTube, you can access off the website. So if you're trying to have those types of conversations, I would highly encourage you to take a look at what she talked to us about in April. It's been so long, because I think that's a really good foundation. Having the conversation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Carla. Other examples? Someone willing to get out? And Veronica. Yes.
I shared last night with Greg and Cheryl Beth and Eileen that early on in my leadership career, I sucked. I was like the worst leader. I wasn't even a leader, right? And it was because somebody once told me this advice, and it was treat everybody the same so you don't have any lawsuits. Everybody that reports to you needs to be held to the exact same standards, and you provide them the exact amount of time, everything is equal. And it wasn't until I was promoted up to another role and I was moving, states, and I was listening to this podcast, and it said, everybody is an individual. Bob may need you to sit down with him and ask about his day. Susie may just want, a raise, or so-and-so, And it was really talking about that, and I said, well, that's great. Because now, to Carla's point, and diversity, some females want this, some males want this. When I returned to the workforce after having my daughter, I was in that corporate mindset of she doesn't exist. I still need to work 18 hours a day to prove my worth. And the chief information officer, I was sitting down for a meeting with him, and he said, slow down. Tell me about your daughter. How's it going? Your husband's in Afghanistan. How is that? Are you okay? And once we got that over, I felt like I was actually respected, not only as a woman, right, but as a core professional. And I was like, okay, they have these conversations. So just recognize that everybody is different, right? I'm a first generation Mexican American, and in Alabama, so You know, there's not many. Not many of us there. And so I always did feel different, but you know, sometimes it's great to have those conversations and to treat people differently. Some people, hey, I'm gonna put in my 8 hours. It may be 6 hours and then go pick up my kid from school, right? And make dinner and do homework and then come back to the computer, you know. But are they getting the job done? That's fine. Do not hold everybody to that same level of expectations.
You know, Veronica, you remind me yesterday, of a conversation I had just yesterday driving here from Rochester, New York. My good buddy Jack, who I went to high school with, lives out in California in the Bay Area. He sells equipment rental, like cranes and lights and things when you see on the side of the road at a construction project. He's in the equipment rental business. And he left a company he was with for years, where they talked about their values all the time. And he was, you know, I was telling him where I was coming and what the topic was, and he's like, oh my gosh, when I worked for so-and-so, they talked about those values all the time, and he spoke specifically about the leadership of this company, a big company, thousands of people. He says, they got 5 jets, they're flying around, living a good life, but they just, like all of us are just an expense, Jack says. They don't really care about us. That's why I left. He was telling me about this new company, you know, in the same area in Northern California, another equipment rental company, big national player. He says they actually care about us. Veronica, the example that you gave is exactly what Jack was telling me on the phone. He's like, I know when my boss is talking to me and asking about my kids, he's not doing it because he's being creepy or anything. He like genuinely cares about my family. So my point is, as we get into this exercise that we're in the midst of right now, it's gotta come from a place of caring. If you don't, you can't fake that. You have to actually care about humans. You do, you have to. Like Danny Wegman, sticking with that example, he truly cares about human beings. He does. They're not just, we don't try to have success at the expense of people. We're having success with our people. You have to care about people to show them that you respect them and to truly help them see the purpose and meaning of their work. Sometimes it's as simple as what Veronica just described. Someone at work actually asking about how things going. Tell me about how was your weekend, and really listening to your response. So with that said, let's share some examples of you being strategic, learning the management skill, for recognizing and appreciating others in a way where you can genuinely and strategically replicate more of what people are doing. Let's do a couple of examples. Who's willing to share what the metric is and what it is you have witnessed somebody doing, or gosh, you just wish people would do more of this? Yes. Your name? Marcia.
Yeah.
Marcia's from the O'Connor Group, available for all your HR needs.
I did not pay him to say that. That's all I'm going to say.
But I will invoice her later.
Yeah, no doubt you will. So one of ours is a referrals, and we actually have a percentage of that at 90% of our clients sending in referrals. So we actually keep that and cross-sell. So we actually have 2 different kind of we're all metrics. But nonetheless, it's really taking care of those people, and then you want to make sure you manage the team who's actually doing well with that client, and to say thank you to them. And so one of the things I did is actually I did a quick little video on text messaging to people and just say, hey, I just want to let you know I really appreciate what you're doing. You're taking the time out. I mean, it's quick, not even a minute. Guys, I cannot tell you how many people really appreciated those videos. And it takes only a few seconds and all too to say thank you like that. But the fact that you take the time to do it, but you got to make sure that you make time for it, that really helped a lot.
Terrific. Nice job, Marcia. All right, who else wants to share an example of where they've recognized, maybe you didn't even say anything to the person, but you recognize the action that they do. Yes, right here. And then we'll go virtual in a moment. What's your name?
Mark.
Mark, and what's your company?
Veris.
Veris. And so what's the metric that you want to see more, you want to get more of?
Well, for us, repeat business.
You want more repeat
really
business.
Important. And
What is
cross-selling.
and cross-selling. So cross-selling and repeat business, they're like cousins. And then what's the action that you wrote down in step 2? This is what I've seen people do.
Well, we have an employee who started off as an entry-level employee, worked her way up into our customer relations support team, was managing that for a while, and now is in a program management position.
Okay.
So she's actually designing the delivery model for new service.
And what's her name?
Her name's Tessie.
Tessie. What did Tessie do that was a recognizable moment?
Well, we had a client. It was a complex settlement that we were implementing.
Okay.
And we were receiving claims from law firms. Those law firms are not our customers, but Tessie went above and beyond, listening to one of those law firms who was struggling with submitting their clients' information to get those claims reviewed by this settlement fund that was our client. She spent hours on the phone, email conversations with that law firm to really listen to their challenges and make adjustments to our processes and really deliver a solution to them. So it's very collaborative. A few weeks after this happened, she followed up with them to make sure that they got what they needed. It all worked for them. A few weeks after that, I get a phone call from the managing partner of that law firm saying, we want to hire you for a project of our own. And we wound up with probably in excess of $800,000.
All right, and your first name again was?
Mark.
Mark. So if Mark was to type into their intranet or speak up at a team meeting and say, hey, let me tell you what Tessie did. She really listened to that client, provided them a bunch of different alternatives, which helps cross-sell our solution to them. And at the end of the day, we were able to help get things processed that an end client ended up calling and saying, we're going to continue to hire you, helped us get more business. Great example of what value? You gave us a lot of what Tessie did. You told us a lot about the results. Mark cares a lot about the business results. What was the core value?
Our core values are accountability, responsiveness, and transparency. And it
Okay,
touches on all of them.
so great. So pick the.
She owns
Okay,
the
so he's saying it hits all of them. Don't say you lived all our values. Pick the two that promote transparency and.
I would say it's responsiveness and accountability.
Okay, then responsiveness and accountability.
She owned the situation, and she really listened and responded to what that.
Great, and you did an awesome job of saying what she did. You could probably sum it up in like 1 or 2 sentences with a few more minutes. This is okay. But you also were amazing at telling what the impact is. But you forgot the core value. There's 3 steps to doing it strategically. Write them down if you didn't already. Tell what the person did, link it to a focus area or a core value, tell the impact. Who wants to give us another example? Who wants to give us a virtual? We'll take a virtual one.
Going back to the table over here. Dave shared. So increase impressions for client, recognize pilot flying perfect route. He shared, would recognize in front of other pilots with image of the route flown. This ties into the core value of helping client by ensuring best stretch of their ad dollars, which leads to customer retention.
Great example, fantastic. What's his name?
Dave.
And you feel like he's outshining you guys here? He's not even here. He's killing it. That was perfect. He told exactly what they did. They flew the perfect route. What was the value?
Helping clients by ensuring best stretch of their ad dollars.
So helping clients. But we're struggling with the core value. Come on, you are values-driven people. Let's get an example over here. Who's got an example? Come on, what do we got?
Oh, there we go. Stepping up to the plate. Thank you, sir.
So yesterday, Brett had an idea for generating new appointments.
Okay.
We sent out 5 requests, and this morning at 9 o'clock, one came back and scheduled an appointment. So I said, great job.
Okay. I understand.
At 10 o'clock this morning, another one came out.
Right.
Now at 11 o'clock this morning, what I said to him was, that was a really good idea you had yesterday to generate new appointments from fallback. That's the type of accountability and self-motivation that we really need because it drives revenue and lowers our cost of customer.
How hard? What's your name?
What is it? Bob.
Bob, how hard was that?
At 8 o'clock this morning, really hard. At 11 o'clock,
Drop the
really
mic.
easy.
No, seriously, think about what he just did there. It was succinct to the point. He hit on his core value. He told what the person did, and then what the result was. It's not rocket science. But most people suck at it. Most of you do. But you can get really good at this. You just have to follow the recipe. Give me an example over here. Come on, what do we got? Chelsea. It's always Chelsea. Does anyone else want to participate over here, or are we all delegating this to Chelsea? Chelsea, who do you want to recognize? What did they do?
Chelsea.
What, you have two Chelseas right next to each other? That's incredible. So what did Chelsea do? Just tell me specifically what she did.
So she put our new project in Asana. And so it's a project management tool.
So she loaded up Asana in a timely manner.
Yes.
Okay, and then what core value does that most represent?
Ask how can I?
Ask how can I, and then what's the benefit of that?
To keep us on time. So we're really focused now on being
On time delivery. Okay, so how many people in your company altogether?
About 23.
Okay, and how often does someone do something where they're putting information into the system really quickly that helps us stay on time? How often does that happen? Okay, does it happen once a week?
No.
Once a month? Once a month?
Maybe.
Okay, so let's settle in on 8. There's 8 times a year that happens. Why would you ever forget to capture that moment and share it? Whether it's an email that goes around the organization, type it into your intranet, talk about it at a team meeting. It only happens 8 times a year, and you want it to happen a lot more. How many opportunities are there to do that? 800?
Yeah, not on any projects.
Okay, exactly. So if you want to see more of something, recognize when you see it. Write that down. Write that down. I told you I'd give you some big ideas. I'm gifting you another one. If you want to see more of something, recognize when you see it. It's no different than little Gabriella, 7 months old, is going to have a lifetime of people recognizing the things she does well. But then it just shuts off when she gets to the workplace. It shouldn't be that way. It's not that way for the companies that get to and stay at level 3. The level 1 and level 2 companies, they focus all about making money and getting customers and keeping customers, and then they complain that their turnover is too high. We can't find people. Our customers are mad at us now because we're not delivering the service the way we used to or could or should. It starts with us, folks, leaders. We're granted the responsibility to be leaders. And it doesn't matter what industry you're in. It doesn't matter what problems have been brought to your attention over the last year and a half with our pandemic. We're working through all of that. Everybody's in the same boat for the most part in your industry, in your region. What it comes down to, again, is your ability as leaders to create the environment where more people will tap into that personal motivation, and recognition is the ticket. It's so simple. If you'll just take the time to learn and practice the 3 steps. I'll give you an example of a company that truly is replicating their best people. Luther in Jamestown. You might know these folks. They're Jamestown, New York. Tom Holt. You ever met Tom Holt? You guys are in the aging services, retirement, living, nursing home space. This is a nursing home in Jamestown, New York. They're known for the home of Lucille Ball. The National Comedy Hall of Fame is there. And Luther in Jamestown, Tom Holt's company. So they have 500 employees, and they had 50 managers in a ballroom similar to this, and they were going to define their values. We'd operationally define the values. We started to put the reminding systems in place, and now this session was the training on how to do Craig. And Tom got up there to introduce me, and he said to them, he said, folks, we've defined our values. We already know we're not living them consistently enough. Like, we've just put the behaviors in place. We're not as consistent as we could be. Our turnover is too high. Same problem I'm hearing from you folks, and this was several years ago. We can't find people, and we're losing too many people. He said, I'm the CEO. I've been here 23 years. Not as the CEO. I worked my way up. But he said, our customer satisfaction scores, loyalty scores have been flat for 23 years. I've barely seen movement in them since I've been here. We're okay. He said, you tell me as a managers, you're our leaders, supervisors, team leads, senior leaders in the company, you all tell me that you're overworked and you're underappreciated. He said, we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that. I challenge all of you to take 10 minutes every single week and just spot an example of our core values in action. Just spot somebody doing one of these core values that we've deemed so important. And I want you to share it. And there's a couple ways we can do that. He introduced the 1-minute reminder, which is just at a team meeting. And again, I'll provide you my email at the end. If anybody wants this, just email it to me. I'll send it out to you, or I can send it to Cheryl Best. She can post it for you folks. But just at the beginning of a meeting, just have 60 seconds, 1 minute, where we share an action that somebody did or a success. Or maybe we tell about a group success. One of you had more of a group success like you did. Marcia? Right? Or maybe a piece of customer feedback came in. As long as it's an opportunity to tell what somebody did to fuel the craving and link it to our core values and tell the impact, great. These 5 different ways. The 5th one is if you can't find anything that a customer's experienced or anyone else has done, just share one of your personal goals on how you're trying to bring the values to life. That's it. 1 minute. My clients who've got at least 50% of their managers to do the 1 minute reminder have watched their engagement score skyrocket from one simple tool. 1 minute. It's literally on the agenda for every daily, weekly, monthly meeting. It's living our values or whatever you call it, right? It's, you know, at Wegmans, it's the who we are in action. It's 60 seconds, we just share an example. And the other way that he gave them for doing this at Lutheran was they had an online portal for going in and capturing successes. That's why I have so much data from this software technology to be able to look and go, holy crap, I said to Tom at the end of the first year, you have 3,800 successes. 3,800! There's only 500 people in the company. 90% of the workforce in the first year was recognized or recognized somebody else for living the values. You think those are powerful reminders to make it more than just the words on the walls? No, they made them part of the hearts and minds of their people by just capturing and sharing successes. Now you might think 3,800, that's a lot of sharing of successes. It must be taking a lot of time. No. Tom Holt, if you talk to Tom Holt, their CEO, the first thing he'd tell you is this saves us so much time because our turnover's down, our training costs are down, we have less mistakes than ever. 60% of those successes shared came from frontline workers. The very people they were accusing, just like everybody else, as being unengaged. They don't care enough. Only 40% came from those managers, but almost all of them bought in that it's not just defining who we are to create the environment, it's reminding and doing it in a way that fuels the craving. 10 minutes a week, and you're amazing. I will tell you, I went and looked, those managers were only doing 10 minutes a month. 10 minutes a month. Now you might be thinking, well, they didn't listen. No, I tell them 10 minutes a week, we set the bar high, because most people don't strive for amazing. You 10 minutes a month? I tell people, pick a Friday, 10 minutes by Friday, sometime during the month. Almost all of their managers were doing on average of 1 per month, recognizing and sharing the success. Now, I couldn't see the note cards, but typically those go out a couple times a year, to be honest. Like the one I wrote, Courtney, if we can get a manager to do that every month, that's awesome. But in that online system, oh, you can totally tell. Well, look at their results. In 3 years, they had a 150% increase in their engagement scores. They had 14% drop in turnover, saved them $400,000 annually. Tom told me their absenteeism, overtime pay, and stress are all lower. He said there's a couple areas of our business where we don't do our sharing our values in action. The managers don't buy in. And he said to me, we still have the same shit there that we always have. It's unbelievable. We have to deal with overtime pay, everything costs more, we're turning over people. I said, Tom, you got to change the manager. Or change the manager. Right? They got to get them to do it. Where they do it, dramatic improvements. Their quality scores went from a 3-star to a 5-star, the highest possible rating. And the biggest kicker at the 3-year mark for Tom, he said, Greg, our satisfaction scores that I told that group that day were flat for 23 years. They're up 20%. They're up 20%. Folks, I've seen these results over and over and over again. The companies that really focus in on what are the metrics that matter, now let's recognize the things that people do, which is what we just went through. What are the metrics that matter? You can do this with your own group. If you want an electronic copy of this, we can get it for you. And then list off, what do we got to catch people doing? We got to catch people living our values. Now, is this the only thing that drove this success for them? Probably not. But is it the biggest thing they did? Defining their values getting their managers to capture and share successes, make sure they're hiring for it, onboarding people for it. But again, many people are like, well, that's their job, that's what we hired them for. Common sense, right? Common sense, you're supposed to put the information into the system to keep our jobs running on time. But common sense is not always common practice. We have to take the time to think about what do we want to see more of. Now, let's talk about different ways to recognize. We've got a little bit more time here. Let's cover just a couple of ways, and then I'm going to introduce you to one take-home assignment, okay? But look, the personal note. Do you remember these? Like the one I wrote for Courtney. When was the last time you wrote a personal note? Be honest. Who's written a personal note in the last year? Show of hands. Half the room is up. Who's not going to raise their hand no matter what again? Okay. But only half of you have written a personal note in the last year. You won't believe the impact that this will have. You want to really take it to another level? At your organization, get note cards with your values on one side and then a blank writing space where people can put the address, a stamp, and write out the 3 steps for your managers. And then have them mail it to the person's home. Now you lose the ability to share that like in an electronic form unless I recommend you write the note and type it up into your online portal and talk about it at your team meeting. But send the note home and you won't believe the reaction you will get. And they may not come in and go, hey, thank you so much for that note. But the feeling that that person has as far as feeling respected and a sense of purpose, when a note arrives to their house where their significant others and family members in some cases can see it, what they did, how it helped live the value of the company, how it had made a difference in the lives of others. Wow, personal note. Again, we've talked about a few of these ways to recognize in less than 10 minutes a week. Send an email, e-card, post it to your internal social feed, the team meeting, the 1-minute reminder we talked about, or you could go old school and just have a conversation with somebody. Just have a conversation with somebody. The one that Veronica talked about earlier, want to feel important? Have a conversation with somebody. The one-on-one is amazing for creating that motivation, that engagement, helping people to tap into that motivation. Keep in mind though, every time you share it electronically or at a team meeting, you talk to a larger group, whether it's 2 people, 5 people, 10, you're replicating best practices because you're getting other people to learn by what other people are doing, correct? Now, some of you are still thinking, well, that's just their job. I can't stop people from saying that. But I give as many examples as I possibly can. We're going to use football. The Dallas Cowboys are going to have a lot of first downs this year, aren't they?
What was that last champion?
What's that?
What was that last champion?
It was a long time ago. 1994, if we're really counting.
I'm a Jets fan, so I get it.
Then you don't get the right to even speak up. Are the Jets overseas playing right now? How did that happen?
Hopefully they won't. I don't
The
know.
country's like, who did they bring? All right, so look, think about it as a football game, right? You don't even have to be a football fan to understand this. But a lot of people are like, it's their job, it's what they're supposed to do. Well, look, if you're going to win championships, which is the goal, every team starts the season, you got to have a lot of first downs, and you got to score a lot of touchdowns. And unless you get a lot of first downs, you don't usually get a lot of touchdowns, right? Lots of first downs, get more touchdowns, you score more points, you end up winning more games, you end up getting to win the championship, right? You with me? Do we have gas in the tank? We got like 5 minutes left. Do we have gas in the tank? So look, first downs are those effort level, things that people do. It was the first down that Chelsea put the information in, right? That some of these things we're doing, this is just, setting the standard. Maybe they went above and beyond the way they did it. The key is we want more people to do this. So we have to recognize those effort level actions. Touchdowns are like we hit a key result. Maybe we hit a sales goal. Maybe the team did something or someone or project in team success that happened. Like somebody did something that's like, wow, that's really incredible. Maybe they put a new process in place. Right? Maybe they came up with an innovative idea. Someone came up with an idea that helped us be more efficient. And then the championships, the major accomplishments. Maybe we hit our goal for the year. Maybe we hit our cost savings goal or our manufacturing goal. Right? Too often we're focused on just recognizing the championships. And then people feel invisible, like you were saying in the back there. Like we don't even feel noticed. Right? People feel that way. If we're only going to recognize the championships, then we're missing the opportunity to fuel that craving for people. Again, common sense, you got to turn it into common practice. Got to turn the common sense into common practice. And the secret is reminding people. Now look, as we're getting towards the end here, I asked you, bless you, I asked you to do 4 things for me. One was engage, which you were incredible. Been incredible. Engaging with me, writing things down, asking questions, participating in the exercise. I've asked you to keep an open mind. It seems like you've done that. Everybody's been paying attention. I haven't seen a whole lot of people on their phones or getting up and walking out unless their bladder was going to explode. I think we've had a little bit of fun as we've gone through this, right? And then the fourth and final, I said, I want you to commit to taking action. So now I'm going to ask you, can you commit to 10 minutes a week, 10 minutes every week to stop, think about our, 10 minutes or less, up to 10 minutes, to stop, think about our core values and whether I've seen someone else doing it. That's it. And then every now and then, maybe once every other week, once a month, actually share that success at a team meeting, writing a personal note or typing it up online and sharing it. Stand up if you can commit to 10 minutes once a week to just stop and think about, did I see our core values in action? Come on, stand up. Stand up. All right, so we got everybody up. Now look, some of that might have been a little peer pressure, but think about what I'm asking you to do.
That's true.
10 minutes a week, that's it. That's like you're spending, if you add that all up, that's like half the time, you're spending half that time already just in here today. 10 minutes to do an amazing job. If you should find you only did it once a month, you're still doing pretty damn good. Considering only like 7 or 8 of you raised your hands to the question, do you do a really good job of recognizing others when they're doing a good job? And do you do that often enough? Now the question is, will you really do it? Will you really do it? Now I'd like to think, absolutely, I kicked ass up here today and they learned this and there's urgency. They're going to do this because they know that this creates a better place to work. It fuels that craving. And they want change, right? Who wants change? Everybody wants change. But who wants to actually change? Oh boy, now we have to act differently. We have to act differently. So, you all have extra time on your hands these days? Anyone here have a lot of extra time? No, you're all busy people, right? That's why you're leaders. I'm amazed how many of you are still here when you're taking off a half day just to learn how to create the environment for more engagement. You have this raging river of responsibility where your to-do list is like these rapids. What happens when you check a few things off that list tomorrow? What's waiting for you? More. There's more. There's always more. So you have to actually change the way you think, speak, and act. You can't use time. I don't have time to do the fueling of the craving and reminding the workforce about our values. It's not a time thing. It's a priority thing. Is it a priority to you to remind people on who we are and how we do things? You're not too busy. How far would these guys have got? I got a wheel here for you. No thanks, we're too busy. We're going to just keep complaining about how we can't get enough people and they're not doing enough of what we want them to do. But I ask you, what's the most memorable behavior change you've made in your life recently? Uh-oh, how can he ask such a hard question at the very end? Yeah, because it's not easy to change behavior. It's really hard. Why? Why? It's really hard. I mean, most of you, I asked you that question, you got nervous. Like, yeah, I tried to eat healthier, exercise more, spend more time with a loved one, like, make my to-do list, like. It's hard to change the way we act. I can't just go to an event and have like a rah-rah moment where the dopamine goes off in our brains and we stand up like everybody else and say, yeah, we're going to do 10 minutes by Friday. You actually have to do 10 minutes by Friday. How many of you make New Year's resolutions? It doesn't even matter, only 8% of people keep them. 10% of people make a significant change to their exercise and dietary habits after they have angioplasty or heart bypass surgery. How is that possible? When we're told if you don't change, you could die, only 10% of people actually change. I'm not asking you to do anything life-saving here. We're just going to take the time to recognize and share some successes. But to do it and do it well, we have to make it a habit. So your take-home assignment from today, go ahead, you can sit down. Unless you want to stand for the standing ovation. No, we got another couple minutes. We're going to do a little Q&A and a couple closing remarks here. But you've got to make it a habit, okay? So you all have an exercise in front of you that has 5 steps to making a habit. Now here's the best news, okay? You can use this process for any behavior change you want to make in your life. But here's even better news. I pre-populated the handout for you and brought these with me because they have the exact inputs that I've seen the best leaders do to make sharing successes in a strategic way habitual. I'm going to give you a flyover. First, you have to change your mindset. If you're going to change your behavior, you have to change the way you think first. Right? So what do you have to change your mind about? Like, maybe you don't have to solve world hunger to get recognized by me. Right? I can recognize people for doing their job and doing it really well. Next, you have to have a routine or a behavior that you put into place. This is the easiest one of all. Schedule it. Schedule it every week on your calendar. At some point, it should say, recognize our values in action. Even if you put down 10 minutes, right? Just to stop and go, where did I see our values? That I could talk about at the team meeting, write a card, or post it online. Imagine if you did that. Imagine if you got your colleagues to all do that. You'd have the same impact on engagement that Tom Holt has had, Danny Wegman, or any other industry. Third, you gotta figure out where you're gonna fail. I'm not telling you to be negative, but you're gonna lack willpower. Almost all of you. You're gonna fall down, you're gonna miss doing things. And then the question is, do you pick yourself back up and start going again? Because there's going to be those willpower obstacles that get in the way. What do you think the number one obstacle is going to be? Time. I don't have time. The most irrational excuse on planet Earth. Because I promise you, if you get more people doing what you want them to do, it will save you a ton of time. You all know that. It's common sense. It's logical. Next, focus on the benefits. Double down on why am I doing this. You'll see, just jot down that this makes us more productive. It helps us get more. I'm going to catch customer examples. Our service is going to be off the charts after I spend a year capturing and sharing great examples of customer service versus doing what I'm really good at, finding all the things we're doing wrong and telling everybody about it. We're really good at capturing the negative things people do wrong. It's a management skill to catch the positive and share it. And then last but not least, but I'll give you a guarantee. When was the last time someone gave you a guarantee? Ben Franklin gave us death and taxes. Have you had one since then? Has anyone given you a guarantee since Benjamin Franklin in the late 1700s? No, I'm going to give you one. I guarantee you, if you will track your effort daily, 2 to 3 seconds, you can put it in any app, habit tracking app. However you want to do it in your calendar, just ask yourself, did I try to spot our values in action? 2 to 3 seconds a day. Did I even try? Don't ask whether you did it. Just did I try? I guarantee you will get better at spotting your values in action. All you have to do is ask yourself each day, did I try? And then if you follow that up with, you've got the routine in place, on your calendar, you're going to come up with, every week or every other week, a really good example of where somebody lived your values. And you'll be able to share that powerful reminder. Oh, don't do this, by the way. It's my friend Nancy Roberts. She writes in a Facebook post, today marks 6 weeks without any sugar, getting up at 4 a.m. to run 5Ks each day before breakfast, lifting weights and crunches during lunchtime. I've stopped eating meat, dairy, flour, and ice cream. No caffeine. The change in my body's already been fantastic. I feel great. zero alcohol, eating a healthy diet that's completely vegan, gluten-free, caffeine-free, and sugar-free, and working out for 2 to 4 hours every day. I've lost 35 pounds of fat and I've gained muscle mass. I don't know whose status this is, but I was really proud of that, so I decided to copy, paste, and share. Like, no, don't challenge yourself that you have to recognize somebody every day. I said to be amazing, do it once a week. You want to be really good, do it once a month. Maybe just start with that. Once a month, write a card out, talk about it at your team meeting, mail that card or hand it to somebody, just make sure other people are learning from the experience. But follow the 3 steps to making it strategic. All right. Questions? I'll be here afterwards for additional questions, but who's got questions of anything that pertains to anything we talked about today? Any questions specific to your company? Again, if it's something that requires a lot more dialogue, we can take it offline. But if it's helpful for others, I'd love to hear the questions.
My company does a lot of work in teams, and we have teams globally. So I have a team in India, and I find it very hard to highlight individuals because the effort is consolidated, and it's hard to get down to that level.
Yep.
Any tips?
Yes. So sometimes we want to do what Marcia did. You're all doing a great job. Everybody's doing X, Y, Z, and I just want to let you know how much we appreciate it. That's fantastic. In most cases, though, on that team, if you do a little investigating, what really went on, you'll find that some people did something fairly specific that you can call out. So you can still say, I want to recognize the entire team for accomplishing this, this, and this. In particular, John did X, Y, and Z, and between that and the rest of the team, this is the home run that they hit and how they lived our core value of. But you've got to do a little investigating. It's no different than when a customer calls and goes, hey, I just wanted to let you know your team did a great job. Okay, now you can go recognize your team and go, Chuck, you know, Samantha said you guys did a great job. You just totally missed the opportunity to help that team feel respected and see the purpose and impact because you didn't ask Samantha, hey, was Samantha the name of the customer? I can't remember. You didn't ask the customer, what did we do that was so great? So as a leader, you have to investigate a little bit. Like, you got to get to the how. How did we do it? Oh, you're welcome. Yes, sir. Just yell it out.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion. You say you're willing to express opinions. So, Chelsea did a nice job. We're going to recognize Chelsea in the team meeting. Is Chelsea going to get demotivated by that recognition? I mean, I would think that's a fear.
Yeah, that's a very real one. So somebody does something, but everybody does that. So there's a couple reasons you want to do it. Maybe Chelsea 1 never does that. And the best way to get Chelsea 1 to do it is to recognize when we see her do it. Yeah. But then Chelsea 2 might think, well, geez, I do that all the time. Chelsea 2's like, Chelsea, this Chelsea is thinking, holy crap, I do that all the time. They never recognize me. That's because you suck at recognizing people. That won't happen. That won't happen if you have a culture of appreciation. No, that will not happen. Maybe at first, the first couple weeks or months, and you got to work through that. But once you have a culture of appreciation, that's not going to happen because Chelsea got recognized last week for something else. And then people start to know that we're just showing appreciation because people are putting the information into the system the right way. Because then we're able to get the projects done on time and keep people happy. So if you have a culture of appreciation, you won't run into that. Where you run into that toxicity is when we just don't recognize people and then randomly we do it. I have a saying, doing something is not always better than doing nothing. If you're going to do recognition half-assed, which is what most companies do, don't do it at all. Because of that situation. So-and-so got recognized. That's just because Bob loves her. She's great. He's a favorite. And then Chelsea 2, who happens to be the most engaged Chelsea, ends up leaving. And we lost to Chelsea, the most important one. Sorry. You see what I'm saying? Because we're doing recognition half-assed. You got to do it consistently like anything else. It's not something you just do on a whim and inconsistently.
Can I give a quick example of doing it half-assed?
Sure. Oh no.
Does it involve Cheryl Beth? Because she's very worried.
I worked somewhere and all the leadership team went in with their coach for the day, their strategic planning. And then the thanking them for their hard work. And I said, well, this is interesting because, apparently the coach said you need to express your thanks, right, and your appreciation for your team members. And I said, okay. And so I got my thank you card. It was very, whatever. And then the person who gave me the thank you, from the leadership team came over and was like, well, did you see the thank you card I left you? I said, yes. Well, you didn't thank me for it. Well, I know you only did it because the coach made everybody in that room give out thank you cards, and I never got one sent.
Hey, Veronica, you're giving a perfect example of what I said earlier. If you don't really care about humans to that level, then it's just not genuine. So this recognition needs to be done strategically, yet in a very genuine way. In a very genuine way. Now, I'll be around here after we're done. To answer any other questions that people have, but I want to be respectful of time because we're just past the noon hour here. But if you have other questions, again, I can hang out all afternoon and answer questions. Couple quick things. My email is just greg@gregglederman.com. I don't do a lot of social stuff, but I do post these little quotes a couple days a week that inspire me on LinkedIn. So if you want to be friends on LinkedIn, go ahead and follow me. I also have a course on, you've got to have the Ultimate Habit worksheet. I've made arrangements for you to get the course. There's an online course that takes about 25 minutes where I'll walk you through all the steps of the Ultimate Habit process. I just flew over it in like 2 minutes here. So if you want access to that, I also put out a card in front of all of you. If you wouldn't mind, tell me what you thought of the presentation. If you want the Ultimate Habit course, which Cheryl Beth in the CEO Think Tank has made arrangements for me to provide for you, just check the first box, put your email down there, and as long as you handwrite your email legibly, I'll make sure it gets sent to you with the link, the password to get in, and you can watch the course for up to 6 months. You can have anyone in your organization watch it as well. If you like what you heard today and you're interested in talking to me about a potential keynote with your group or an event that you attend, and you want to talk about a keynote or workshop, if you check that second box, I'm going to actually email you. I'm going to send you an email as long as you put it down and say, hey, let's have a conversation and we'll see. And then if you want the presentation slides or anything that I've spoken about today, remember, I pointed you to the website, but I can send you directly to the tool if you tell me what it is you're looking for. That will best help meet your needs. Because I've got, again, 24 of these tools and techniques on my site. They're free. They're easy to get to. The habit course, you need a password for. But other than that, everything else is easy to access. Yeah, and then tell me what your thoughts were. Okay, and then lastly, let me ask you this. I'll close with this thought for you. I mean, imagine if you leave here today and you spend the next several weeks and months getting your organization rallied around doing these 3 strategies for creating more engagement, right? You truly do operationally define those values, what it looks like to live it, the how. You create a little infrastructure for systematizing the reminding. We're hiring better for it. We're making sure we're comparing the candidates to the fit with our culture. We're onboarding for it. We're doing the performance conversations around it using some of these tools we already have or that we got off Gregg Lederman's site. Imagine that you personally are fueling the craving by stopping and sharing a success at least once a month. How are you going to feel after you've made this huge investment to spend a half day here? How are you going to feel? Yeah, you're going to feel great. Because as leaders, you'll be doing your job to create the environment for more engaged. Folks, it has been an honor and a privilege. Thank you so much for having me.
So I wanted to just 3 things, because I know we're at time and we're actually over time. I don't want to ruin your time. 1, there will be something coming out by Monday with key takeaways as well as links to the handout and links to Gregg's website and links to the slides. And this will be available on YouTube. Thanks again to George and Adam for keeping us straight there. And a big round of applause, please, to the virtual streaming group that Eileen's been especially Mr. Dempsey. I can't help but call Dave out a little bit. And thanks to the team for being here. And thank you, Eileen. Couldn't have done it without you. And if you know of an enlightened leader who is looking to grow, who is looking to learn, who is looking to engage their team, please, please, please send them our way. We'd be happy to just have a conversation and help them. And then if it's the right fit, our number one core value is win-win, win-win or no deal. So we are not gonna, as you know, I'm not the best salesperson in the world, but I do think that what we do is pretty amazing. Thanks to all of you for being here today. Anything Jill and Eileen I'm missing? Ladies, we're good? All right, Greg?
Wait, if you didn't get a book, come see us,
Yeah, and for those of you that are live streaming, if you give us your snail mail address, we'll arrange to get a book to you. But for those of you that are here, you should have all gotten a book, right?
And anybody who has filled out that card and wants to have me send you some of that information, I have a bag up here. Just shoot your card on, just shoot it on the table here, and I'll put them all in the bag before I leave.
Right. And so our think tank group is going to be meeting downstairs. I think it's room 115 for lunch with Greg in about a half an hour. So you've got a half an hour to take pictures and make comments and do whatever you need to do. And then for the rest of you, look for more. Potentially going into 2022, we'll see what the pandemic and COVID has in store, but I hope to see you live again in 2022. Thank you.